Members of Neturei Karta and other pro-Palestinian groups protesting on April 1st, 2024, an event in Teaneck, New Jersey, that highlighted the role of Zaka, an Israeli organization that collaborates with the Zionist regime, especially regarding the recent genocide in Gaza.
How about this? Yes. Go down to Granville, walk down to River Road, and you speak to the officers that are down there and ask them if they'll let you come up closer. Because you're not going this way.
I'm sorry, I won't.
You're not going this way. I'm telling you not to go this way.
Listen, I do this for over 25 years, and I know the First Amendment right. I do this in New York City.
I am not taking your First Amendment right away.
All what I want is I'm going to see
follow
what
instructions.
I'm not going to do what you're suggesting, and you admitted that we're going outside.
245.
Go ahead and bring your people. You're telling me I should go in a place where it's going to be questionable whether I come back out. That's what you said. But that's what you just said.
Questionable if you come back out? When did I say that?
You told me if I go around, then I ask the cops if they let me in.
I'll let the officers that are down there pass the barricade down there.
Right.
Can you come up to our location, Hudson?
Because I do have an area set up down there.
I know. With all due respect, I would love to go there, but it's too far away. It has to be this one. We are standing here across the street of this synagogue while they have here an event for Zaka, this supposed innocent organization in Israel, which is supposed to deal with the remains of dead Jewish bodies. Unfortunately, this has become a political organization which is here to promote Zionism. It's here, unfortunately, promoting lies about October 7th. We all are pained to what happened on October 7th, but promoting all these lies by Zaka only promotes this genocide which we are witnessing already for months. Nobody should be fooled that this event here is an innocent religious event. How come Israeli flags? How come promoting Israel? How come coming out and demonstrating? Let me ask you this. The pro-Israeli rally here has been scheduled. Why? Because of this anti-Semitic, hateful pro-Palestinian rally scheduled here across the street. Now, who said anti-Semitic? Who said hateful? One should wake up and rethink all these propaganda tactics. What is going on? We're not talking about anti-Semitism. We're not talking about hate. We are talking about opposition to a genocide going on for 6 months. We are talking about an occupation which is going on for over 7 decades. We are talking about an oppression of an entire people, and we are talking about, in addition to all these crimes being committed to Palestine, which are not only a violation of international law, these are true violations of Judaism. Killing and stealing, oppressing an entire people. This criminal is forbidden in Judaism, is a true violation of Judaism. It happens to be that the philosophy of Zionism is in total contrast of Judaism. In no way does this movement of Zionism or any of its propaganda tools represent Jewish people or the Jewish religion. And on top of all of this is causing so much hate, so much death and destruction to the Jewish people. One should wake up and think, why October 7th? No one condones October 7th. Everybody is pained to what happened. But we have to be realistic and understand why. Was this an action or was this a reaction? We are not happy about the reaction. When one fights a friend and then the friend reacts, nobody is happy about the reaction, but unfortunately this is a sad reaction taking place, which common sense dictates that this will happen. And God forbid what can happen since October 7th. After all what was done, this ridiculous, disastrous, terrible genocide just continuing, and we are already here 6 months and it didn't stop yet. This is a disaster for everyone involved. As human beings, as reasonable people, as smart people, we should wake up and understand that something is wrong here. Something has to stop. Why in a synagogue? Why religion? Why are you taking politics and nationalism and trying to put this religious face to it? This is just to confuse the masses, to think and believe that Judaism and Zionism is one and the same, and if you dare to criticize Zionism, then supposedly you are fighting God or his religion. This is wrong. We have to remember the difference between Judaism and Zionism, which should never be conflated. Judaism is a religion only, while Zionism as a political movement should never be confused, because by confusing the two, this is a desecration of God's name and a danger to the Jewish people.
Er is an Auswahl.
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. This is Comrade Net, cleric of public relations for the Bundist movement. I wanna really finish everything I said I was going to finish, which I will do. But I think that I'll start this with a couple concerns. The draft, they've tried to bring back the draft to collect the ultra-Orthodox into the military, which they are completely against. And I think that it's very important that if we take any Bundism of today seriously, it must not seek to redefine Jewish people and who they are. Because if Bundism does that, it's no different than Zionism. However, if we understand it that way, that, okay, so like the Jewish nation is much like the Sikh nation and much like the Hindu nation. These are nations. This has nothing to do with countries necessarily. These are nations, although they do have their, holy lands. India is not a nation. India is a country with many ethnicities and many religiosities within it. And both ethnicity and religiosity stem from culture, but they themselves separately can be separate from culture. Both Islam and Christianity would just be religions. Now, there's a certain categorization of religions in Demarcus theory, and I hope to put those kind of things out on this channel soon. But there are these ways of understanding the different kinds of religions. Like Islam and Christianity both are not cultural religions, but Hinduism is a cultural religion, and so is Sikhism. And one of the things that is important to note about this is much of civilization has been built by nations, and you'll find the cultural root in nations will usually be one or two things, or sometimes both. And if you have both, that would be more of a folk, which is funny because this was something that me and my comrades used to laugh about. When the Bund Council staff was still living, they used to laugh a lot about this idea that Hitler tried to make the Germans out to be a folk, but they were not a folk. The Armenians would be a folk because the root of their root culture with them is both ethnic and religious. The Armenians are a nation that is its cultures tied together through ethnicity and religion. This is what a lot of people assume about Jewish people, but this is not the case with Jewish people. There is no such thing as a Jewish ethnicity. That's why concepts like half-Jews and that sort of stuff is so important. It's also important, the idea that a Jewish person could have more than one religion. Because if you get into what religiosity is, it's so much more of a matter of orientation. But at the same time, this gets into where the Bund becomes very necessary. While the Bund does not have the right to say who's actually Jewish and who's not, the Bund has to accept on the principle of anybody having Jewishness, as they might as well be Jewish. So, for instance, based on the demographics that Dr. Weisfeld gave for Muslims and Christians, these Muslims and Christians to him would just be Jewish, while he probably would be a lot more open to hearing about the Islam rather than, like he'd probably be like, keep your Christianity to yourself. Although sometimes that's not always the case. There's been a noticing that Dr. Weisfeld has warmed up on Christians, but he's warmed up on Christians of the Orient. You have to understand that's a big thing, the Occidental versus the Orient. But here in the Occidental, it is the Oriental Christians that have to worry as well, and Oriental Christians have to worry within the Western Orient also, because nobody's more persecuted in the Middle East, or otherwise known as the Western Orient, otherwise known as the Fertile Crescent. Nobody's more persecuted over there than Christians, actually, and Christians of the Orient. And I would like to do some more follow-up videos concerning that. I still have the camera working, and I do plan to videotape stuff, but I have not been able to get to a protest. My first priority has been collecting the Demarchist literature, which that comes first, because if I can do that, I can retire from the politics eventually a lot sooner. But I will keep all the promises that I said I was going to keep. I'm in constant contact with Comrade Number 3, and we have a documentary series that we want to put out for people on Demarchism. I've heard the rumors on Donna Newman. There's not much I can say about that, what's going on, because I was not there for any of this. And I'd like to show you how a comfortable Vanguard Circle looks like in motion. I once again say welcome to Andrew Like, and welcome to Mark Foster. I wish Abraham Schultz would show up. I have heard troubling news about something happened to Eric Grotsky, from what I heard. That is unfortunate. I would like to just, though, however, reignite the concept that in mutual reciprocity between the Rabbinite and the Bund, which there must be a reciprocity between the two. It is the Rabbinite which really determines who's Jewish, but the Bund can determine who has Jewishness, because the Rabbinite has neglected this issue. Thinking from a strictly Jewish diaspora national point of view, one would find fault with both. And I always found fault with both. That's why I am a Bundist, though, because I worry about religious rights. I have always sought to make Bundism safe for Judaism. But I've also sought to understand the differences in sectarians of the different Judaisms. And, it can be said some forms of Judaism are Judaism and some forms are not. Like humanistic Judaism, it really is a front for Zionism. Religious Zionism is not Judaism. It is some sort of mock Judaism when you really get into it. It's basically Kabbalah and nationalism. It's really weird. Labor Zionism is not socialism. I could go on and on about these things, but this video is called The Vanguard Circle, and it deals with the concept of the Vanguard Circle, but it also deals with the problem of the draft. So I'm gonna go into a couple rants here, and I hope that you can weather the storm through the rants, because I'm trying to express quite a bit, and this will lead to further and further footage. There will be footage of there will be three distinct features in this video with myself and two other Bundists, and then the final presentation will be Mark Foster saying something about the connection to the Bund and Third Worldism. I don't really like the sound of my voice. I've always really just hated the way it sounds recorded. It's one of the reasons why I never wanted to do this. But I continue to do this because I know a lot, and I see a lot of people making critical errors with what they think they know. When I look back, the video on this channel that I have the most nostalgia for is one of the ones that I exclusively made all by myself. I managed to actually do that on a laptop. It's called Censorship of Judaism on YouTube, Weisfeld Arrested, and Sedona. And It was before my friends had gotten killed, so I don't know, it was an optimistic time, even though it was still fresh, this terrible thing where Donald Trump had said we're going to move the embassy to Jerusalem. But, you know, it was actually that move that actually made Jewish Bundist diaspora movement kick into gear. I'm going to leave in the description a link to that video I'm talking about, censorship of Judaism on YouTube, Weisfeld arrested and Sedona, because if it had not been for that, if it had not been for the events of May 27th, 2019, I would have actually done something to make sure that the YouTube channel Israel versus Judaism was brought back. In the link, another thing is one of the links in the description you will see is a link to the playlist, which this very video is part of. Because there's a Vanguard Circle videos will be showing up on this channel. And also, there's a link to Israel versus Judaism, a link to the article about the channel being removed, which I'm so sorry to everybody. I said that I promised I was going to cover this. I covered it way too late. But I'm going to be finishing up a lot of stuff very late. But, yeah, this is why I am now going to I'm now going to bring this to, I first want to say that I oppose the State of Israel drafting ultra-Orthodox Jewish people, and I stand with Meir Sharim, and I am for the complete and total dissolving of the State of Israel and the re-education of the Hebrews who misidentify themselves as Israelis. They are raised to be anti-Semites. They're basically like a bunch of Protestant evangelical Christians without the Jesus. It's very much how they are. I guess I'm just going to read this out now. For generations, ultra-Orthodox Jews have been exempt from military service, but a court order could soon change that. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has filed a last-minute application to the Supreme Court for it to be deferred for 30 days. But the controversy isn't going anywhere. Israel's war on Gaza is feeling a scene of urgency and anger among those required to sign up. So how much of a threat does this pose to the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his coalition? And would his government survive the fallout of such a change of policy? This video, which I am now going to play, is from Inside Story. Inside Story is a program on Al Jazeera. And the Bund is against the draft. And the Bund, like I've said before, through this video, we have to take seriously the relationship between the Bund and the Rabbinate. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to have to retire, to get into the work concerning revolutionary Orthodox Judaism, revolutionary Judaism and Jewish renewal. I'm going to have to retire from the Bund. Now, once a Bundist, always a Bundist. But I need to clarify again to everybody that revolutionary Orthodox Judaism is not Bundism. But anyway, let's play this video.
Will ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel serve in its military? The government is under growing pressure to end their decades-long exemption. That's as calls are growing for all groups to join the army as the war rages on in Gaza. But could it lead to the collapse of Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. It's a controversial issue that's been brewing in Israel for years. Should ultra-Orthodox Jews serve in the military? For generations, the community has been exempt, but a court order could change that. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has filed a last-minute application to the Supreme Court for it to be deferred for 30 days. But the controversy isn't going anywhere. Israel's war on Gaza is fueling a sense of urgency and anger among those required to sign up. So how much of a threat does this pose to Prime Minister Netanyahu and his coalition? And would his government survive the fallout from such a change in policy? We'll explore all these issues with our panel of guests in a moment. But first, this report from Katia Lopez-Horayan.
Ultra-Orthodox Jews have always been exempt from Israel's mandatory military service. That is set to change, but not without a fight. Those protesting say as religious Jews, joining the army contradicts their traditions and lifestyle.
We prefer dying, we prefer filling the jails. To the army we're not going. Full stop.
Along with military exemptions, the ultra-Orthodox also receive a government subsidy if they study the Torah full-time in religious institutions. Israel's Supreme Court has ordered the government to stop payments for those who defy the draft. It comes amid growing resentment among those called to enlist.
We want the ultra-Orthodox in the army now. No delays, no politics, and no tricks.
The issue is a challenge for Benjamin Netanyahu that could wreck his coalition. He built an alliance with right-wing groups to secure his term as prime minister, and overseeing an end to the military exemption could be seen as political betrayal.
I am sure we can get this agreement with a majority in the Knesset, but also one thing is clear to me. It's impossible to obtain a total consensus.
It's been a controversial issue for years, but the war in Gaza has turned it into an urgent one. Military leaders say they need more people to enlist and more people on the ground in Gaza. Some ministers say they're ready to resign if the exemption continues.
This nation cannot accept it and it should not be approved. My colleagues and I will not be members of the emergency government if such legislation passes and if it enters the law books of Israel.
The issue is controversial and could mark a significant shift in Israeli society, one that could extend well beyond Israel's war on Gaza. Katia Lopez-Horayan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
So what's the significance of all this for the Israeli people and the war on Gaza and beyond? A question for today's panel. In West Jerusalem, Ephraim Inbar, the president of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security that aims to advise Israel's leaders in defence and diplomatic matters. In London, Yossi Meckelberg is the associate fellow at Chatham House, specialising in the politics of Israel and the Middle East. And in Tel Aviv, Meron Rapaport is the editor of Local Call, a Hebrew-language news site advancing citizen journalism and an independent media. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. I'd like to get to the ultra-Orthodox first, but there are lots of countries around the world that don't have what some call the draft. So let's get to the basic system first, if I can. To you, Ephraim, just explain what the basic rule is for Israelis. As I understand it, with some exceptions, everyone at the age of 18 must serve.
You are correct. The law is that everybody is to be enlisted. There are exceptions. There are two main exceptions. One is the Arab Israelis. We prefer not to put them in a difficult position to fight their cousins, literally their cousins sometimes, and also the ultra-Orthodox that for historic reasons do not serve. Initially, when the state was established, there was a political agreement between David Ben-Gurion and the leadership of the ultra-Orthodox to allow them to lend their legitimacy to the new established state. And the agreement was to allow a few hundred, 400, I believe, boys in yeshiva, in schools of higher Jewish learning, to be exempt from service. This is how it started. During the Begin,
let me bring in Meron on this, because before we go to the specific area of the ultra-Orthodox, just explain it to me a little bit more. If you're 18 years old and, for example, you object to the current conflict that's taking place in Gaza, on political grounds. If, for example, you believe that Israel is not doing enough to get aid in, as the International Court of Justice says, or if you believe there should be a ceasefire now, as the UN Security Council says, is there an exemption for you there if you have political disagreements with the war that Israel's involved in?
No, essentially no. You could be exempt on congenital reasons, but that is very, very difficult to obtain. There's, all kind of gray arrangement in which, young people who do not want to serve find, all kind of health problems in order not to serve. But if you say that you don't want to serve because you disagree with the policies of the government or the occupation or you name it, you go to prison.
OK, Yossi, let's now turn to the specific subject area here, which is the ultra-Orthodox community. Let's first work out exactly who these people are. If you could give us a little bit of a history lesson. I mean, these are the Jewish communities that wear traditional clothing, embrace tradition, oppose modern values and practices. Just explain to me who these communities are and where they came to Israel from.
Well, many of the ultra-Orthodox came from East Europe. Though nowadays you have ultra-Orthodox, Sephardi ultra-Orthodox. Politically speaking, they have two parties in the Knesset, Shas and Agudat Israel. And I think it's worth reminding our audience and our viewers that many of them actually oppose the Zionist idea. They also said this is preempting the Messiah. So the idea of establishing a state went against their creed. And they saw the Zionist movement as a secular one. Many of them were socialists or liberals, and they opposed it. So the phenomenon of them moving, many of them, you have ultra-Orthodox that actually lived for hundreds of years in what's known as Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, but many of them arrived after 1945 and after the Holocaust. And their tendency to begin was to stay out of politics, but realized that by staying out of politics, there is a heavy price in terms of being close to power and what power comes with. Now, one of the things that Ephraim mentioned earlier, at the early days of the country, the first prime minister exempted around 400 of them from serving in the military, in the IDF. And I think there are two pillars to this exemption. One is I think that some of the more secular have soft spot towards those who dedicate their life to study the Jewish theology. And I think also there is, which become more and more important as we come to the topic today, is the need of the more secular parties, whether it's in the past Labour or Likud nowadays, for their support in order to form a coalition without paying certain ideological price when it comes to the issue with the Palestinians.
Ephraim, then, if you can bring us up to date, you said earlier you thought that the estimate was about 400 in 1948. How many now, and how politically powerful are this group?
Well, there are several age cohorts that were not enlisted, and after a certain age, after all, the army doesn't call you. So we are talking about close to 70,000 youngsters between age of 18 and 24, 25, that could be called into service, but they are exempt. This is quite a large number. The political power of the ultra-Orthodox, as Yossi has mentioned, has increased over time because they are not left or right, but in the middle politically in modern terms, and they basically can join any coalition, and therefore they can maneuver politically much better. As a result of that, they get a lot of the benefits of the states, and recently, in the past maybe 20 years, they have become part of the right-wing bloc, making a coalition with Netanyahu, also in Jerusalem was Olmert, previous prime minister. And this coalition is now, of course, threatened by the issue of enlistment.
Meron, then let's bring it right up to date and why it's become such a huge issue now. Seems to me there are two aspects. One is the conflict in Gaza, and two, there's been a long-running court process that seems to be coming to a head. First, in terms of the war on Gaza, how the fact that this community does not, I believe there are some that have volunteered to fight, but doesn't send soldiers at this time when Israel is at war. How does the rest of the country feel about that?
That has always been a sensitive issue, the fact that such a large community that is growing bigger because the birth rate there is twice or even three times higher than in the rest of the population. So the tension that such a large number of young people do not serve has always been a sensitive issue. Certainly, after the shock of October 7th and the war on Gaza and the fact that Israel lost more than 650 soldiers, that's a whole brigade almost, that were killed. 3,000 were wounded soldiers. So the army really needs, and the prospect is of a prolonged war in Gaza and maybe in Lebanon, and we don't know where else. So the army really needs more soldiers. They're talking about that they need at least more 7,000 soldiers, new soldiers, in the draft, in the regular draft, and that's something that puts more pressure on the ultra-Orthodox, on this tension between the secular side of Israel and the ultra-Orthodox. It has to be added, as Ephraim said, that in the last, I would say, 15 years, the ultra-Orthodox have become a major, almost founding part of Netanyahu's coalition, of right-wing coalition, right-wing bloc. And therefore, going against Netanyahu when the secular, what is called now the liberal camp in Israel is going against Netanyahu, is also aiming at the ultra-Orthodox because this is the weakest, I would say, part of the chain of the right-wing bloc, because they are not liked by the seculars. They are not really liked by even the religious, the national religious. The settlers, they're not liked by them because the settlers go to the army and the ultra-Orthodox don't. They're not Zionists, as Yossi mentioned, or not declared Zionists. So there are a lot of tension. They are the weakest part of the right-wing bloc, and therefore, when the liberal camp attack, they are also an easier target.
As I said, there's, Yossi, been a long-running court proceedings going on here, very long-running. Just bring us up to speed of where we are now, because that has come to a head as well at this time when Israel is at war.
Yes, because there are many issues beyond actually the military service. First, I think the fact that they have a voting pattern, the ultra-Orthodox, that tells you almost, you know, in advance of any election how many members of Knesset they are going to, how many seats they are going to gain, and they can become kingsmakers. With this also come that they want ideologically to impose more and more religious laws and moving towards more halachic state, which upsets the more liberal-minded. Then on top of it, what upsets many of the secular, those who serve in the army, those who are not going to the army, the ultra-Orthodox at the age of 18, they actually are paid by the government. So their rabbinical seminars that were mentioned earlier are basically sponsored by those who later, first serve in the army, then are going to work in something that's in jobs that generate wealth in the society and pay for those that are, A, don't serve in the army, B, study in these rabbinical seminars topics and issues, mainly it's Jewish jurisprudence and scholarly, that's not going to generate wealth. What now the High Court of Justice says, that if they don't serve in the army, then also that this money from the public purse shouldn't be paid to these rabbinical seminars. It's an attempt actually to create some equality within the burden that you have in every society, who actually those who carry the burden, whether it's in this case military service, creating a prosperous economy, and who are the one that actually, if you look at the statistics in Israel, the ultra-Orthodox pay 1/9 when it comes to taxes to what the secular one, or at least the secular and those who are not ultra-Orthodox, religious that are not ultra-Orthodox. And that's what the kind of what, the appeals to the High Court of Justice and the decision by the High Court of Justice is trying to rectify.
Ephraim, this current headache for Prime Minister Netanyahu, as we heard, comes from the justice system. Of course, the backdrop from this over the last year is that the Prime Minister was having a battle about changing that system.
Well, I think this is something that happens in many countries over the division of power between the parliament and the Supreme Court of Justice. We see it in the United States, in many other democratic countries. I personally favor, limiting the power of the Supreme Court of Justice that imposes its values on the rest of the society. Such decisions should be made by the parliament. This is my objection. But I think the issue is different. I think the secular population is frightened by the fertility rate of the ultra-Orthodox. And if this demographic trend continues, and I'm not sure it will continue because it can be somehow managed, it will make the secularists an even smaller minority. The Israeli society is not dichotomic. It has ultra-Orthodox, national religious, which are modern Orthodox people, and a large part of traditional Jews, and the secularists are actually a minority. They have been, the founding element of the Israeli state, and they become a minority. And it's a struggle for power. And of course, it annoys not only the secularists, what is happening with service, with the military service, with the ultra-Orthodox. So in this respect, they can find allies among other elements of the population in order to bring a change in the habits of the ultra-Orthodox, maybe forcing them to some extent into modernizing and becoming part of a modern economy, and thereby changing somewhat their views and limiting their political influence.
Yossi, if I can ask you to take a look inside Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition and just explain to us how divided the cabinet is on this and how much of a problem it is for the Prime Minister, who in the past, in building cabinets, has been described by some as a bit of a political Houdini. How's he going to get out of this one?
Well, it's a tough one, because if he's losing the ultra-Orthodox, if they are leaving the coalition, he has no coalition, because it will be followed also most probably by people like Benny Gantz and Eisenkot, that joined only because of the war, and they are due to leave the coalition. And for the ultra-Orthodox, this is one of the major issues. One of the sources of the support in them is because they, the one that put pressure on any coalition, on any government and prime minister, to exempt them from military service. There are a lot of circles there to square. And I think it's the question here if they can legislate, because only through legislation they can change the decision by the High Court of Justice in a way that is, then that's why it's so important to resist what Netanyahu called the reforms, because whether it's reasonable. And most people in Israel think that exempting the ultra-Orthodox is unreasonable. But there are ways to resolve it. It doesn't mean that tomorrow all the ultra-Orthodox, which at the age of military service, should be mobilized into the army. There are ways to resolve it. So some of them that want to join the army be mobilized by reducing the financial support of rabbinical seminar, maybe taxation of those that don't serve, and incentivize those who want to serve in the army. But this needs really a national discussion around this issue because it divides the country.
Meron, picking up on that point, I mean, if they were forced to serve all these ultra-Orthodox, how exactly would that work? Would they be willing soldiers? Would they serve in frontline combat units? Would they work cohesively in the military? What's your view on that?
I think this is very far away, although theoretically from tomorrow, the law is abolished, the law that allows them not to serve is abolished, and they should serve, and the funding from the government should stop to the yeshivas, to the rabbinical seminars should stop tomorrow. I think the chances that this will happen are very slim. They may refuse to serve, and if we are talking about tens of thousands, I think it will be impossible for the army to lock up thousands and thousands of yeshiva bochers. It will not happen. The army is completely unprepared to get them. You have to understand that they come also with very limited education, general education. They don't know English, for example. They don't know mathematics. It will be extremely difficult to enlist them. You will have to change the army in order to give them the opportunity for kosher meals and kosher training even, meaning that they will not train with women. So it's very, very complicated. I think the issue still now is more political. I think Netanyahu is in a very weak point. I think that the tension within his own camp, I'm not talking even in the general public, within his own camp are growing to allow for all these ultra-Orthodox not to serve is not accepted, as I said, by the settlers, for example.
Okay, let me bring Ephraim in on that point. I mean, how difficult a moment is this for Prime Minister Netanyahu? Not just this issue, but there's the failure to free the captives still being held by Hamas. There's growing tensions between the US and Israel, particularly over the planned Rafah offensive. You've got a UN Security Council resolution, 2 sets of International Court of Justice provisional measures, making Israel, some would say, getting more of a pariah status. How difficult is this now for the Prime Minister?
Obviously, Netanyahu is in a very difficult position because of domestic problems and international pressure. Winning the war will change something, and this means defying, to some extent, the United States, although we share the same goal of defeating Hamas with the United States as well as many Arab countries. And he will try to find a compromise on the ultra-Orthodox enlistment, because if this issue becomes central in the next election, it will be political suicide. Actually, I warned him personally about it.
Yossi, if we just look at this, if Netanyahu was to fall over this, I mean, in the middle of Israel still involved in a conflict in Gaza, what then happens? I assume you have new elections and then he stays on as the caretaker prime minister, doesn't he? And that, it takes a long time, from my experience, to organise elections in Israel. He could still be prime minister for quite a long time, even if he was toppled.
Well, if you believe public opinion polls, and they are quite continuously consistent that the public wants Netanyahu out, and not surprisingly so. So what Israel needs is election. Many people that supported the Netanyahu and Likud party in the last election say outright that they don't want to see Netanyahu anymore as prime minister, not even Likud in power. They are looking for something else. At the end of the day, what we see in Israel, domestic and internationally, the mess that Israel is right now in, the name of Netanyahu is all over it. Whether forming the most right-wing and incompetent government in the country's history, not being prepared for October 7, the assault to the judicial, on the independence of the judiciary, what we see now with the ultra-Orthodox, that's all because Netanyahu is facing corruption trial. He's trying to stay indefinitely as prime minister in order also to stay possibly out of jail. And Israel can move forward only if and when Netanyahu is out.
Yossi, thank you very much, and thanks to all our guests today, Ephraim Inbar, Yossi Meckelberg and Meron Rappaport, and thanks to you for watching. If perhaps you didn't catch the whole programme, you can always watch this and any of our other shows anytime on our website, aljazeera.com. We'd like to hear your thoughts on this subject too. Go to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or you can find us on X. We're at AJ Inside Story. From all the team here in Doha, please stay safe. I'll see you back here very soon. Bye-bye for now.
All right, so I've mentioned before that there were two Bundist movements, and so this is the best way I can explain it. So here's a picture you see of the Machika movement flag and another picture of the Bundist movement flag. Donna Newman came up with, the way she came up with the Bundist movement idea, what really inspired her was the Machika movement. Because her aunt had taught her the slogans, basically, there's no Jewish race, there's no Jewish ethnicity. That it is a cultural religion, and just because, like when you get into it, you know, the way religion has been politicized as, when you speak of somebody as being religious, in a lot of ways that's a very political statement, but it's an abusive political statement, you know, the sort of theocrat crap, you know. Now, I'm going to say a lot of things that may sound like they're contradicting themselves when they're not, and I'm going to get into the differences. Like, this is a furthering nuanced one. Before, if you've watched the Bund, Jewishness, Judaism, and Membership, you can consider this video somewhat of a continuation, but it covers up different topics. So, I knew some of the people in this Bundist movement, but I misunderstood them to be just merely nothing more than rank and file members to, you know, basically Vanguard decision makers or something. What I didn't realize is that the Bundist movement was a protest organization against Zionism, for Jewish people, a Jewish diaspora nation, and Jewish diaspora national rights. It was a very good thing, and it took off very well, except a lot of other people were the real muscle of it, and Donna Newman was just the archetype, the architect of, you know, and the archetypical ideas that she came up with, which would seep into something else, and that would be the Jewish Bundist diaspora movement. So the question would be, what is the difference between the Bundist movement and the Jewish Bundist diaspora movement? And I'm about to answer that now. But the first thing to understand is that the Bundist movement largely took its inspiration from the Machika movement. Except, unfortunately for Donna Newman, she didn't get to be seen on camera like the way that Olin had her real true role model. Oh, I think it was pronounced Olin Teslapala. I don't know if that was his real name. Some guy who did Obsidian Rising, you know, I think might have doxed him. I don't know. But I'm just really explaining like the origins of the Bundist movement, because there's the two Bundist movements that existed before and that, and then there's now the Bundist movement newspaper, which is partially represented on this channel. And this Jewish newspaper channel basically is, I guess you could say, the media communication of the Jewish Socialist Bund. And the Jewish Socialist Bund refers to the Bund itself, because the Bund is a concept of an idea. And remember, the Bund is not a religious institution. Now, one thing that I'm going to make clear here is I definitely came here to, when I say came here, I mean I came to the Bundist movement. I became a Bundist to make Bundism safe for Judaism. I'm not going to lie about that. That's why I'm the cleric. The cleric is... Donna Newman came up with the idea of calling my office the cleric because of the fact that I actually already was a cleric, but an interfaith cleric, which was what I just organically called myself. No credentials that I needed to prove. I was willing to study all these different religions and understand the differences in their rites and their languages. And this also further helped me, reconstruct Judaism for myself and my family, because we don't live near a shtetl. But I became a Bundist because of the necessity of Jewish rights, which includes religious rights. And I would maintain that if Bundism tries to redefine who is Jewish just as the Zionists have, it becomes no better than the Zionists. What Bundism needs to do is augment what's already true about Jewish people. And I think that the Bundist movement succeeded as a movement doing that. So I do give Donna Newman that credit. I agree with her particular theory of permanent revolution, which I'm pretty sure Dr. Weisfeld does not. And that's perfectly fine. For instance, I am a non-feminist. I'm not an anti-feminist, I'm a non-feminist. I'm very critical of the origins of feminism being a liberation movement. But I'm not against necessarily women's liberation, if that makes sense. But the 19th century feminist concept to me is a very white concept. So, I also believe that some feminism is more valid than others. Another thing that I want to stress to people is just because neither me nor my comrades who got murdered in 2019, just because neither me or them, or any of them, or any of the five of them, just because none of us agreed with feminism, doesn't mean there aren't feminist Bundists, and that there won't be. I guarantee you there will be feminist movements, feminist Bundists, especially in Europe, where they're most needed, actually. And actually, I think of that. Feminism is not universal. It comes where it's needed. I think there's also masculinism that is not reactionary, that's not MGTOW, that's not stupid men's rights activism. I think there are forms of masculinism. There's a concept known as queer masculinism, which certain Jewish people believe in. Yes. But I think that if, in the same way that feminism is not universal, it's prominently needed, but not universally needed, I think that masculinism is needed even less. And I think that that's where I get frustrated with people trying to twist whatever I say, because I'm not alone with what I say. It's just that most people that have the positions I have are afraid of dealing with white people, regardless of the class. White people, and this is kind of why Dr. Weisfeld comes off too harshly towards Christians, which I do not approve of. And I can do nothing about. I can promise you there's nothing I can do about that. Now, at the same time, that's just how it is. There's nothing he can do about what I say, but there's really nothing I can do about what Dr. Weisfeld says. So I want to get into this. When we get into the concept of the Vanguard Circle, what I read from it, much of it's completely dated. I am way more gung-ho about what I said in the previous video presentation about Jewish and Jewish versus Jewishness, okay, than I am with what I say about this stuff here in the Vanguard Circle. But this video promotes the Vanguard Circle. What we have currently is an organic Vanguard Circle. And so you can see here the Bundist movement was inspired by the Machika movement. All right, this next picture is a redundant picture, I understand, but it basically is just so that you understand, what was going on. So the broad movement, or the organization, basically for hire, or some of it for hire, some of it for volunteer. I'm not sure what exactly, all of it. What she convinced me at first were just volunteer members, but they weren't all volunteers, it turns out. Bundist movement. But then there was what I was actually a participant of, and that was Jewish Bundist diaspora movement. Now, technically, I was sort of involved in Donna's broad organization, her Jewish version of the Machika movement, I guess you could say. But I didn't really know a lot of those people personally, and I was involved with a lot of things. So, like, you could say that I actually began with her completely part-time, which is true. I got more and more involved with politics the more and more I saw the police state in manipulation with basically what I still believe are public psyops, psychological warfare that goes on. I believe cancel culture is part of that. In fact, I think cancel culture helps the populism of fascists, not really. Like, I think that was proven with 2020 with the way that there was no honest take about the situation after George Floyd. But, I guess in Arizona, what I'm frustrated with is Deion Johnson was murdered in the same exact day as George Floyd. And that was never even covered up. You can Google that shit. But anyway, what I thought of the Bundist, I thought that, so this is also why I was confused often. It was because there was the Bundist movement, and then there was Jewish Bundist diaspora movement. This channel is called The Bundist Movement because I always identified it, and a lot of people have the memory, they'll still, when they're talking about, for instance, the Jewish Socialist Movement or one of its chapters, such as the JPLO, people will be like, that's the Bundist movement. And I think Dr. Weisfeld didn't quite understand that. And one of the things that I feel very foolish about is I didn't fully understand everything Donna Newman was doing. But for anybody who remembers Doikite Warrior Princess, that was Donna Newman. So, and I miss the stuff that Doikite Warrior Princess had, like the Yiddish poetry and stuff. I really miss that. Early follower of Jason Under, but she did real work. Donna Newman did do real work. It's just that Donna Newman was a control freak, a manipulator, and I guess you could say she was my political groomer. Even I am not. I've gotten to know a lot of and been in heated situations with communists who do real world work. That I've met out in Arizona, that I've met through the internet. Some of them do not consider themselves that big because they're not all-time revolutionaries, which I'd say is fine. You have to be if you're in the first world and you're a revolutionary, you're probably a bit crazy. And I am a revolutionary. So, anyway, I wanted to get this out of the way because I wanted to say that, yes, I've already heard apparently that Donna Newman, allegedly, which I personally do think this is true, but I've heard that Donna Newman got kidnapped recently. I was not there for that. I have no idea when that happened, how that happened per se. Because I was not there, I will say nothing of it. But I'm pretty sure it's true, unless it's proven not to be true. And I guess I owe it to this channel to make that statement. I'm sure I'll be contacted numerous times by Dr. Weisfeld, which I'm just not looking forward to because I'm not going to do an investigation on this. I was nowhere near this, and I'm involved with a lot of stuff, and I have to take care of my family. So, I don't know the details, but what I'm going to focus on what's relevant and what's in my reach. And by the way, like you can kiss any sense of me trying to film what I really want to film goodbye if I try to investigate Donna Newman, which I won't. I have already contacted Comrade Number 3 about it. He is already aware. And I have not really confirmed this rumor, but I believe it's true and I have my reasons. And that's it. This is what is left of the Bundist movement. And it's true that Comrade Number 3, Comrade Number 3 did not appropriate the Machika movement or the Bundist movement. What Comrade number 3 did is Comrade number 3 adopted both as essential for his Rainbow Coalition idea for PSFM. And there's a reason why we keep it at its initials rather than how it's spelled out, because what the initials stand for is being changed. And when there's a proper platform to come out and explain all that, it will be explained. But that's another thing in the works. Anyway, I want to read out something that me and Donna Newman wrote together. There are some flaws in it, by the way, I think, or whatever. But like, it's dated. I want to make that clear. It's dated, completely dated, and I'll give my afterthought to it after I've read it out. But it is very, very much Donna Newman's real theory, I think. I wrote this with her, and I can testify to what she's saying. What she said was true when she told people, because I wrote this with her. What you'll notice that the writings that I do often put up in here are done in a style called the paradigm doctrine. That was something Donna Newman taught, was the paradigm doctrine. And it basically helps people who are not expert writers able to write in a cohesive way, which you will, whatever you say, it will be comprehended. Anyway, let's get on with it. All right, so this is in the manual. The Manual of Revolution. This was written by both me and Donna Newman. It's called Vanguard Circle. And I don't want this misunderstood as a dogma. This is just something that... This is just the soil of it. I will inform everybody right now that Donna Newman did do certain significant work, but her work and her ideas were often like extended by others, challenged by others, overturned by others, and I do have empathy for her stubbornness about this being the Vanguard Circle, how it works. But I should make it clear before I get into this further that I also wrote variations on this, which will also be in this video. So do not misunderstand this as a dogma that has to be followed in uniform. Vanguard Circle by Ms. Newman and Comrade Net. The circular guardianship of the Vanguard Circle. The Vanguard Circle is not the Vanguard Party. The Vanguard Circle is without democratic centralism. For any Bundist chapter to be a truly active Bundist chapter, it must be a Vanguard Circle. As rank and file members of a chapter become more consistent, these two must form Vanguard Circles. A Vanguard Circle is meant to protect the methodology of Bundism from nebulous ideas which can, in time, discredit Bundism. Bundism must not degenerate into liberalism. Bundist organizing is not communist organizing. Party politics have no place in Bundism. A Vanguard Circle is not a Vanguard Circle unless it has 12 members. These are broken up into 3 divisions: Ministry of Bundism, Triad Bund Command, Bund Council Staff. The Ministry of Bundism has 4 offices: Minister of Shtetl, Minister of Antifa Action, Minister of Counter Lobbies, Minister of Syndicalism. The Triad Bund Command has 3 offices: Emissary of Theory and Praxis, Cleric of Diplomacy, Chairman of the Vanguard Circle. The Bund Council Staff has 5 offices: Council Person of Committees, Council Person of Education, Council Person of World Forums, Council Person of Strategic Projects, Council Person of National Affairs. Circular guardianship renders democratic centralism irrelevant. The Minister of Bundism, I think that's Ministry of Bundism guides the Triad Bund Command. The Triad Bund Command guides the Bund Council Staff. The Bund Council Staff guides the Ministry of Bundism. The first Vanguard Circle. The Jewish Bundesdiaspora movement will be the first Vanguard Circle as soon as we acquire a Minister of Antifa Action, a Minister of Shtetl, a Minister of Syndicalism, and a Minister of Counter Lobbies. We already have a full Bund Council staff, a councilman of national affairs, a councilman of world forums, a councilman of committees, a councilwoman of education, and a councilwoman of strategic projects. We have had from the start of the Bundes movement a triad Bund command. However, because we are the first ever triad Bund command, we differ in one significant way. Our triad Bund command consists of the chairman of the revolution, the emissary of solidarity, and the cleric of public relations. This is to prevent distortion of the updated philosophy of Bundism. The updated philosophy of Bundism was birthed by Abraham Weisfeld, PhD, Donna Newman, and Comrade Net. Our Bund Council staff has given the updated philosophy of Bundism greater definition, which we would not have had if not for them. Our Bund Council staff consists of Marvin Eliyahu, Councilman of World Forums, Uri Adia, Councilman of National Affairs, Isaiah P. Kamenstein, Councilman of Committees, Miriam Emmisberg, Councilwoman of Education, Hannah Toff, Councilwoman of Strategic Projects. Their praxis reports have flushed out a much fuller theory, which we can build further upon. For every other Vanguard Circle, the Triad Bund Command has equality with themselves. For the emissary of solidarity, the cleric of diplomacy, the chairperson, chairman, or chairwoman of the Vanguard Circle do not cancel out themselves. This means they don't hold veto power over each other. For the Vanguard Circle, which is still unfinished, the emissary of solidarity cancels out the cleric of public relations. The cleric of public relations cancels out the chairman of the revolution, and the chairman of the revolution cancels out the emissary of solidarity. This practice has proven to be effective, as resurrecting the Bund has proven to be a very difficult process. We have only gotten this far because of the fact that the Triad Bund Command is in its own right a mini Vanguard Circle. How Vanguard Circles must, can, and will be run. 4 different social experiments with rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement in time showed that this process of 12 members using an experimental Vanguard Circle vindicated this. The emissary of solidarity paid 12 Jewish lumpenproletarians in late 2010 to early 2011 to be structured around the rules of a standard Vanguard Circle. They were to agitate and disrupt Zionist meetings without getting arrested. The first time it worked very well. 9 different Zionist demonstrations were completely disabled. But then there was a Kohanist demonstration which needed to be shut down. 5 of them, the experimental councilman of world forums, the experimental councilman of education, the experimental minister of Antifa Action, the experimental emissary of theory and praxis, the experimental minister of Shtetl, were arrested by the Phoenix police. Fortunately, with the help of a friend of the mayor of Phoenix, these 5 Bundists were released from jail by the following day. The mayor of Phoenix sent a letter to the emissary of solidarity and warned that never again would Bundists be let loose from jail like that. This was in October of 2010. So, sorry, 2010, not 2020. In October of 2010. The second time, greater clarity was given to the 12 offices, given more clear definitions of which office was for. Clear definitions of which each office was for. So it was tried again. The same exact experiment. They were played just after this. The emissary of solidarity. Oh, they were paid just after this. Sorry. Whew. The emissary of solidarity paid them well enough that all 12 of them wanted to resume the experiment. This time, not only did it work, many more rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement were gained shortly thereafter. This was in mid-December of 2010. In late January of 2011, a new experiment was tried using an entirely different set of 12 rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement. This time, the aim was to protest in a manner which confused the police. This was a protest against the existence of police officers. It worked. The experimental councilman of strategic projects did a lot of planning. The experimental chairwoman of the Vanguard Circle designed the slogans for the protest. It worked very well. These protests lasted 7 days, which continued until early February. These rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement were paid very well, and they attracted even more rank-and-file members to the Bundist movement. Then in early March of 2011, another set of 12 rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement were given the task of operating as an experimental Vanguard Circle. The task this time was to speak out for Palestinians and the Jewish diaspora in solidarity against the State of Israel. This was a very intense protest which lasted most of that month. These rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement gained even more attention to the cause. Not only did this bring in new members for the Bundist movement, this gave the Bundist movement a really good reputation with the local neighborhoods nearby where these protests had taken place. This group of 12 rank-and-file members did so well that they were paid even more than the first group of Jewish lumpen proletarians who ended up joining the Bundist movement, and likewise paid more than the 12 rank-and-file Bundists who had protested the existence of police officers. Unfortunately, this put the Emissary of Solidarity into debt, a debt which took up to 2013 to pay off. But it was well worth it. All Vanguard circles must, can, and will be run according to this proven structure. The 3 skeleton crew experimental Vanguard circles were so well organized that they had no actual central command, only tasks provided by the Emissary of Solidarity. This was the foundation for the actual Bund Council staff of the Jewish Bundist diaspora movement to know and learn from in their study before they each had been officially made Vanguard members who could delegate to the rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement. Before this, the rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement only answered to the Emissary of Solidarity and to the Cleric of Public Relations. Now all rank-and-file members answer to all 7 of us. Soon, all 8 of us, once we get the chairman of the revolution to Arizona with help from Noam Chomsky. We still need 4 more members to fill the positions of the Ministry of Bundism. Once we are a full 12 members, we can help the most dedicated of the rank-and-file members of the Bundist movement to form full Vanguard circles. Full details on the offices of a Vanguard circle. These 12 positions are very important. There is no such thing as a Bundist chapter anywhere in the world unless it is a Vanguard circle with rank-and-file members being led by it. But the aim of the rank-and-file members of any chapter answering to its vanguard of 12 philosophy guardians must have the goal of becoming philosophy guardians themselves. As this occurs, they will form circles of 12 members to be vanguards leading newer rank-and-file members. Those newer rank-and-file members will be encouraged to also form their own Vanguard circles. This is exactly how Bundism must, can, and will spread all over the world. The United States and Canada is the most desirable starting point because of the level of Jewish descent which is in North America. The details worked out have to be taken seriously in order to ensure that these structures operate, and they must be adaptable to the differing conditions all over the world. Otherwise, Bundism will become fragmented into failing organizations which will become at odds with each other. The Ministry of Bundism deals with the consensus of Jewish revolutionaries which form the mass line. The entire notion of the mass line is taken from the consensus of the population itself. This is determined by what the Jewish people are most concerned with. The vanguard is necessary because taoism is populism. The Jewish people are only waking up more in recent date. Zionism has I think that's supposed to be inflicted. Zionism has inflicted a lot of damage and confusion upon the Jewish nation, which is a diaspora nation. First, it is necessary to explain counter-lobbies. Counter-lobbies are Jewish collectives with the precise purpose of combating the propaganda outreach of groups like America-Israel Public Affairs Committee, as well as any other lobby like it around the world. A counter-lobby is managed by a minister of counter-lobbies. As to how many counter-lobbies there are to a Bundist chapter, this depends on how many counter-lobbies are needed locally to that chapter. Then there is Antifa action. Anti-fascist protest and anti-fascist militia building are all essentially necessary. The differing degrees of how to philosophize and organize and mobilize the differing structures of Jewish anti-fascist action is to be organized by the management of the Minister of Antifa Action. This depends on place to place as to how this is to be done. COINTELPRO awareness is essential for successful duty in Antifa. There must be a focus on Jewish outreach. The old Bund trivialized the necessity for Jewish religious needs. The Bund today is as it was in the past, non-religious, not anti-religious, only non-religious. But the new Bund is pro-religious yet not forcing irreligious Jewry to become religious. Both religious and irreligious are always welcome in the Bund. The duty of Jewish religious outreach is needed because religion is a human right, which must never be trivialized. Tending to these needs is the duty of the minister of Shtetl. Every minister of Shtetl must concern him or herself with this matter. Along with this duty is the need for Shtetl security. Jewry is becoming atomized from each other. There has to be projects for building Jewish community, which is the duty of every minister of Shtetl to concern him or herself with. There is also the need for syndicalism, which must be carried out and organized by responsible management. The Jewish proletariat of North America is mostly a lumpen proletariat in need of housing and food, which means employment is of great concern. Even more concerning is to make sure that the Jewish co-ops are always kept as a priority. These concerns of employment and unionization of Jewish employment are the tasks of the Minister of Syndicalism. In both the United States and Canada, any minister of syndicalism must come from the Jewish lumpen proletariat. This may not be the case for ministers of syndicalism in the Third World. It is up to the Jewish Third Worlders to decide which exploited class a minister of syndicalism must come from. The Ministry of Bundism is guided by the Bund Council staff. However, the Ministry of Bundism guides the Triad Bund Command. The Triad Bund Command is tasked with being the public servants changed to the will of the Jewish people. Because the Ministry of Bundism is in touch with the Jewish masses, the Triad Bund Command is guided by the Ministry of Bundism. The Triad Bund Command, the emissary of theory and praxis, is tasked with The emissary of theory and praxis is tasked with the study of the theories of Bundism as well as the willingness to learn from everyone else what praxis has taught him or her. This will mean that each Vanguard Circle will have variations concerning rules, regulations, protocols, and so forth. The cleric of diplomacy is concerned with two major duties. The first is to protect Judaism and to stop the emissary and chairperson roles from causing any kind of trivialization of Judaism. The other duty is to bring diplomatic negotiations within the Bund, as well as outside the Bund. The chairperson of the Vanguard Circle is the primary organizer of the Bund. This office is very give and take. The chairman or chairwoman of the Vanguard Circle must decide how far to deviate from the template design of the Vanguard Circle, which will vary from chapter to chapter. Every chairperson of the Vanguard Circle is going to differ from each other, depending on the way in which his or her Vanguard Circle functions. The Triad Bund Command is guided by the Ministry of Bundism. However, the Triad Bund Command commands the Bund Council staff. The duty of the Bund Council staff is to give guidance of praxis according to theory. The duty of the Bund Council staff is to give maintenance of praxis according to theory. The Bund Council staff is tasked with being a literal council of Bundists. The council person of committees has two primary focuses. The first is to call the rest of the Bund Council staff to a committee whenever needed. This is also the one lever of authority he or she has over the rest of the Bund Council staff. The other task is to establish treaty committees with non-Jewish groups. The council person of committees is not a diplomat. This has nothing to do with diplomacy. This has to do with solidifying agreements with well-connected communities coming to mutual agreement. The council person of strategic projects is in charge of his or her own chapter's strategy. There are many duties that a council person of strategic projects is charged with maintaining, such as arming other Bundists, protecting other Bundists, teaching other Bundists how to fight, providing the Ministry of Bundism with plans on how to get out of difficult situations, and intelligence gathering. The council person of World Forums is responsible for instituting cultural centers, starting group forums in an assembly of public record keeping. The council person of World Forums mediates conferences for communication, among others. His or her task is to determine the validity of the claim of a dominating force, because sometimes the repressed collective blames the wrong group. The council person of World Forums is not an apologist for the oppressors, yet the duty of the council person of World Forums is to be aware of why an oppressor is oppressing the other, which means that part of the duty of the council person of World Forums is to give insight as to why Europeans oppress Africans, or why First Worlders accuse Third Worlders of being barbaric despite the truth in such a matter. The council person of World Forums is a humanitarian-based position, helping the council person of strategic projects provide necessities is one of the tasks of the council person of World Forums. The council person of education has a huge workload. Duties include educating the other Bundists, understanding world history, including history currently being erased by Westernism, even combating historical revisionism. The council person of education is also supposed to be a mediator between the religiously observant and the non-observant. The council person of national affairs is required to teach the true context of nationality, especially Jewish nationality. The council person of national affairs is expected to understand nations in general. The council person of national affairs is required to be capable of mediating between two nations, even if one of them is not the Jewish nation. The Bund Council staff is guided by the Triad Bund Command. However, the Bund Council staff guides the Ministry of Bundism. The Triad Bund Command of the Jewish Bundist Diaspora Movement. The chairman of the revolution, the emissary of solidarity, and the cleric of public relations are unique from other Triad Bund commands. The chairman of the revolution vetoes the emissary of solidarity. The emissary of solidarity vetoes the cleric of public relations. The cleric of public relations vetoes the chairman of the revolution. This is not how other Triad Bund commands are to be. Never is. The emissary of theory and praxis to veto the cleric of diplomacy. Never is the cleric of diplomacy to veto the chairperson of the Vanguard Circle. Never is the chairperson of the Vanguard Circle to veto the emissary of theory and praxis. The Triad Bund Command of the Jewish Bundist Diaspora Movement is supposed to hold more than other Triad Bund commands because it is the first of its kind. The Triad Bund Command of the Jewish Bundist Diaspora Movement is setting the standards for the future of Bundism because of this overwhelming task. The chairman of the revolution, the cleric of public relations, and the emissary of solidarity hold many of the same responsibilities as several of the offices of the Bund Council staff and the Ministry of Bundism. Now, I'm going to give some serious afterthought to this and how I think a lot of this has changed and in some ways not even relevant, but while other parts might still be relevant. One of the political strong positions about Demarchism, like remember there's 12 principles of Demarchism. One of the principles is interfaith and another is religionism. Religionism is that position that you cannot be of two religions. And interfaith is the necessary coexistence among them. I will actually put out more interfaith messages on this channel more, but I'm still figuring out where to balance it with the politics. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I will start to compartmentalize videos into 5 sections. I'm talking about one video with 5 sections, and those will be like the big feature videos, and then I think I will also do smaller videos with just basic, information. And, that way I can continue to get done what I need to get done. This is a video which I'm almost sure will be used for other footage, and I'm pretty sure me and Comrade number 3 will also use this footage at some point. But this is one of the things to know. If you know anything about Frederick Danson, the first self-proclaimed Demarchist, he was a Byzantine Catholic, a homosexual, and an atheist. And he wrote he wrote a book which is coming out finally soon. And, like I said, my top priorities are finding this literature so that it can be published. And I have to go through the people who really do have the actual rights to it. So there's a legal process I have to go through. But anyway, this thing from Chris Hedges, what is religion? This is the whole point of what I would say is, this proves what I say about religiosity being a matter of orientation. Also with Demarchist theory, there's 3 basic periods that our evolution in human consciousness goes through. There was proto-religion, then polytheism, then religion. So polytheism, is associated more with empire. And it is. And proto-religion is not necessarily something you can just mark, stigmatize as polytheist. So, for instance, Henentheists are not exactly polytheists. Proto-religion, paganism. Paganism is proto-religion. If you get down into it, that's really what it is. And sometimes, some religions are kind of pagan, because some religions have proto-religion in it. For instance, voodoo is a religion, and it has a lot of proto-religion within it. Hunter-gatherer societies, typically I would say, are proto-religious. Proto-religion should exist. Nature worship, star worship, ancestor worship, daemon worship. I'd prefer to say daemon worship as opposed to devil worship, because the very concept of the devil is a later invention by Persia, and if we say the word in modern language, devil, a devil wouldn't be the devil. A devil would be just the masculine equivalent of a witch. And witchcraft is not actually forbidden in the Hebrew texts. You might be surprised by that, because witchcraft is another nebulous term, typically. What's forbidden is sorcery. Kesem in Hebrew. That's what's forbidden is sorcery. And, you know, I could go on and on and on about this, but, like, I respect real scientists, but I myself don't believe in science. Now, if you talk to me about evolution, do I believe in it? It's not really whether I believe in it or not. I don't deny it's true. I don't deny that we're a bunch of primates. Why the fuck do I want to deny this? I just don't care to obsess about it, because I see humanity more from the consciousness level, not from the animal level. Although that animal level is there. And I can get more and more into that, you know, like paradigm shift of Jewish renewal and stuff like that. But this is Chris Hedges' What is Religion? And Chris Hedges is very much an agnostic, if you pay attention to him, as well as a Christian. And this is part of the point that is made, is that there is no atheist religion and there is no agnostic religion, but there are agnostics and atheists. I mean, like, Judaism is a panentheist religion. So therefore, as far as you know, I'm a panentheist. But, you know, for all you know, I might actually be an igtheist or an agnostic, and that would be a whole different thing to fucking get into. But, as you know, the point being is that if I speak of Judaism, I'm going to be honest, Judaism is not monotheist, it's panentheist. But there are atheist Jewish people, and there are agnostic Jewish people. Dr. Weisfeld's Jewish agnostic, by the way. I'm going to be real. I think I'm very omnitheistic in just how I approach everything, because, like, it's what is religion? This is what this video from Chris Hedges is called. What is religion? What is religion should be separated from what is God. And if you ask me to choose between God and religion, I tend to choose religion, because God is arbitrarily whatever we say God is. For really, that word God is not something a lot of Jewish people like to say. We don't like to say God. And as far as Messiah goes, like, our big question is Messiah who? We have very different views of what Messiah means. Like in Islam, the Messiah means just the last Israelite prophet, even though Jesus could not have been a prophet because the time of the prophets had ended. That's another thing that should be exploited here, is though prophecy doesn't end even after prophets, if you get into Judaism. And, you know, there's the rationalist Judaism, and there's also the mystical Judaism. Rationalists tend to view Moses Maimonides, who I tend to sometimes think is a bit heretical at times, actually. I agree with the Zohar point of view more. But most Kabbalists ended up studying Maimonides because he was a pretty good scholar. But, yeah. I would say a real panentheist view would be that, like, forget the omnitheist joke I was making, but a real panentheist view is like this. Not only is monotheism and pantheism two sides of the same truth, even Trinitarianism has its truth. And while there's not a lot of religions, or any religions that I know of course I could be wrong, that are dualitarian, there's truth in that too. The concept of the two and the three. The one, the two, and the three. There's a very big thing about that. And I can get into stuff like that at a later time. But there's the pantheist thing be true as if we're all one, because we are. So pantheism is true. Monotheism is true because there really is only one theity. I don't like to say that word God. But really, the truth is, even if you acknowledge divinity exists, that doesn't mean you believe that divinity is divine. That's non-theism. And even non-theism could be true, because this God exists and both exists and doesn't exist. That's the real catch. See, so the panentheist knows all of this. It accepts all of these things. The panentheist even understands the insanity behind the polytheism, you know, but the polytheism goes on the ego sense. Remember, the three periods of man's consciousness is proto-religion, polytheism, and religion. And if you're really for interfaith and religion, you want to protect proto-religion. Not so much polytheism. Nobody should protect polytheism. And everything that you think is polytheism is not polytheism. Like, yeah, the Egyptian gods, that was polytheism. The Romans, the Greeks, yes, that was all polytheism. That's true. But you know, much of these isms that we're using themselves should be put into question as their, you know, basically Eurocentric anthropology language. So anyway, Chris Hedges, what is religion?
What is religion? Religion, like art, is an attempt to deal with the non-rational. That's not irrational, non-rational. Those powerful forces that inform all of our lives. Love, beauty, the search for meaning, our mortality, grief, alienation. These cannot be empirically measured. That's why Freud said he could never finally write about love. He could write about sex, but he couldn't write about love. And religious systems are human creations. God is a human concept. All religious systems are flawed. All of them are finite attempts to deal with the infinite, to deal with those transcendent forces and the need that human beings have for the sacred. And I think art, you know, in early religious life, art and religion were not divorced. I think art itself is a religious ritual, certainly an important ritual. And what art and religion are trying to do is acknowledge, preserve, and to a certain extent explain these forces that make up a complete human being. And I think that is probably one of the great failings of the new atheists, in that they don't distinguish between the non-rational and the irrational. I'm certainly a great admirer of Darwin. You know, evolutionary biology is one of the great leap forwards in our intellectual tradition. I don't find this in conflict with the religious life. The questions of science are not the questions of religion. Science is not, there aren't plural truths in science the way there is within human society. So I think that the importance of religion is that it is an attempt to move us beyond the accumulation of data or knowledge and make possible wisdom. You know, in the Oriental tradition, Buddhism, it doesn't matter how many sutras you memorize. You will never be wise by memorizing sutras. It is a matter of understanding those non-rational forces that go into making up human nature and human society. It is about understanding intuition. And that is finally what leads to wisdom. You know, the Bible has always been read selectively. Every religious tradition does. I think one of the other mistakes the new atheists make is that dogma is somehow important. Religious dogma has nothing to do with what people believe. That's based on socioeconomic conditions, culture, history. I mean, you know, talking about all Muslims as if they're the same is like saying, well, a Bolivian Catholic is the same as a French Catholic because they're both Catholics. Anybody who has lived as I have for 7 years in the Middle East understands that a Turkish Muslim is not the same as a Sudanese Muslim. You know, they're colored by the cultures and traditions and national characteristics that go into forming their own community. So, you know, look at American Catholics. I mean, Pope Benedict can issue as many turgid encyclicals as he wants about birth control or anything else, and everyone ignores him. And that's true in every religious tradition. So the notion that somehow you look at the Quran, you find passages, and they're there, that are, you know, repugnant, morally repugnant, and that therefore you understand Islam is childish. In terms of dealing with fundamentalists, I think that we have to be you can't argue with somebody who has been seduced by a non-reality based world. You can lay down all the evidence that you want, showing that the world was not created 6,000 years ago, and dinosaurs did not roam the earth with humankind, and they will dismiss it as sort of corrupted by secular humanism, which they have defined as a rival ideology. I think that we are far better addressing the core issues that drive people into the arms of this movement, which is health care, decent jobs, federal and state assistance, good public schools, essentially recreating a society where people have hope. Because without hope, you are driven into the arms of demagogues and charlatans. And was there another question I missed there?
Do you believe in a living God with whom one can have a personal relationship? And if so, how does this impact your approach to atheists?
No, I don't. I was in Sarajevo during the war when it was being hit with 2,000 shells a day, constant sniper fire, 4 to 5 dead a day, 24 wounded a day. 45 foreign reporters were killed in Sarajevo, scores were wounded. 2,000 children died in that city. I do not believe that God had a plan for me to survive. My life is not worth more than the lives of those children who were killed. I think that kind of narcissism, which infects the industrialized world, is possible because we do live in zones of safety. But I have not spent my life in zones of safety. I survived the war in Sarajevo because I had a $100,000 armored Land Rover and $5,000 worth of body armor and bodyguards. I understand the cold reality and the horrible neutrality of the world around us. I don't believe in a personal God. I don't believe in an anthropomorphic God. I don't believe in heaven or hell. I think Dostoevsky got it right. What is hell? Hell is the inability to love. Hell is that complete isolation where one can no longer connect with another. Look, religious systems are important as metaphors. When Freud wanted to write about the internal dynamics of the human psyche, he went back to the Greek myths, not because he thought the Greek myths were literally true, but because the Greek myths expressed a truth about the human condition. The writers of the book of Genesis knew nothing about the process of creation. They thought the earth was flat. But they did know something about the purpose of creation. And I think that we ignore these religious myths at our peril. It is like Lynn Cheney talking about novels not being true, and therefore not important. This is a kind of pedantic, childish view of the world that precludes the possibility of wisdom. I don't think you can understand fully the human condition, or at least give a vocabulary to it, without reading works like Proust, or Beckett, or Shakespeare. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And the same is true for great religious thinkers, Erasmus, Augustine, Reinhold Niebuhr. Niebuhr's first great book, Moral Man and Immoral Society, didn't have one Bible verse in it at all. It was a social criticism. And that's what he certainly was informed by a religious tradition. Paul Tillich's great work, the first book, one of the first books banned by the Nazis, was called The Socialist Dilemma. The Nazis went to the warehouses when they took power and seized it. It never appeared until after the war. He was the first non-Jewish professor blacklisted and denied a university post anywhere in Germany because he understood that a religious or a belief system that was not intimately engaged with culture at that moment, he called it taking time seriously, was irrelevant. And people who stand on moral principle, and they can do that certainly outside of religious structures, are powerful forces in society. If everyone sat around in 1940 in France and said, well, we better work with Vichy because it's practical, because nothing can happen with a resistance, where would the soul of France have been? And I think that, for me, religiosity is a way of being. It is one, where one accepts mystery. One accepts our inability finally to ever understand. And I think that is, repeated throughout both the Greek and the Hebrew Bibles. I mean, when Moses asks God who he is, he says, I am who I am, or you will know me when you know me. And I think that's true. I think that those who fail to fully explore the religious impulse, the ability to connect with those transcendent forces, are not fully human.
All right, so I've thought about how to present this, so I'm just going to be free about this. All of which I've read out from Vanguard Circle, written by myself and Donna Newman. You'll notice that my full name is actually up there. Well, not my full name, my middle name's not in there, but my name, I don't go around telling people my full name, but I don't necessarily hide it. I'm in camouflage. I ask people not to find me on Facebook after being doxed my face out there. I removed my face from both my Facebook profiles, but I made the mistake of sharing my Facebook profile with somebody for years because he was doing clandestine projects, and that's part of the problem. It's I don't. There was a time when I was associated with Ted Rubenstein, Linda Patriciard, Donna Newman, and David Maveritz, and that's a very long history I don't want to get into. But, this concept of the chairperson of the Vanguard Circle, the emissary of theory and praxis, the cleric of diplomacy, councilperson of committees, councilperson of national affairs, councilperson of education, councilperson of world forums, councilperson of strategic projects, minister of Antifa Action, minister of Shtetl, minister of syndicalism, minister of counter lobbies. I would say that these are all very good ideas, but I'm not trying to press that so much. Although I think that when I retire from politics, I do think that Mark Foster would make a great cleric of diplomacy. Just an idea. I'm going to go to variations of the Vanguard Circle, which is also not to be seen as dogmatic or super binding. And I hope enlightens people about the process of where I was coming from on it. Currently, what we have, and this was what will bring us to our fourth presentation soon, what we currently have is a Vanguard Circle. A Bundist movement, a full-fledged Bundist movement Vanguard Circle. And in the link, one of the links in the description will bring you to the playlist that this video is also part of. And it will continue to be a playlist for this channel. Variations of the Vanguard Circle written by me. These are variations I come up with for the Vanguard Circle. This may lead to other variations by other Bundists, which would bring more credibility to the use of Vanguard Circles. I really like the standard model, but I am not so sure that the standard model is going to be the only approach to the Vanguard Circle. In essence, any type of Vanguard is only necessary because socialist methodologies and socialist ideologies can and will be misused, then discredited. I oppose the use of any Vanguard party. Vanguard parties fail. The mass line, because democratic centrism actually contradicts the mass line. I disagree with democratic centralism because it will always centralize around a person. Parties fail, movements don't always fail. Bundists are part of the Bundist movement. It is the Bundist movement, not the Bundist party. It only takes 3 individuals with a common aim to be a true Vanguard Circle. But of course, it could not stay that way. Over time, there would need to be more than 3. This is how I need to introduce the topic, otherwise I have no context to give. Circular Triad Vanguard Circle. The Triad Bund Command of the Jewish Bundesdiaspora movement functions like a Vanguard Circle. If the Ministry of Bundism vetoes the Triad Bund Command, yet answers to the Bund Council staff, and the Triad Bund Command vetoes the Bund Council staff while answering to the Ministry of Bundism, while furthermore the Bund Council staff vetoes the Ministry of Bundism yet answers to the Triad Bund Command, then the Triad Bund Command is a Vanguard Circle within the Vanguard Circle. AB, Donna, and me all operate in a way according to Donna's design. We operate in this way. Through emails, AB vetoes Donna, Donna vetoes me, I veto AB. This is how we have been doing this. This is also why I look forward to having a Ministry of Bundism, as soon as we can find eligible people for this. But what if AB is in error and Donna is correct? What if I am in error and AB is correct? What if Donna is in error and I am correct? This is typically solved by position of office. I am only a Bundist so that Bundism is made safe for Orthodox Judaism. That is why I am the cleric. That is why I am in the cleric position, because I protect Judaism from political chauvinism. Me and Donna tend to agree in regards to Judaism for the most part. AB is most concerned with protest demonstration, which is where I agree with him the most. AB and Donna seem to always agree on matters of disciplines, which I will never agree with. Their disciplines, from my point of view, are reactionary, and both of them tend to see me as rambunctious. The inner Vanguard Circle, which is called Triad Bund Command, functions well enough, but I think it allows for only so much. It would be best if I trumped them both on definitions of what is Jewish, because they both turn off other Jewry when they try to define it. Not just AB, but Donna too. Okay, she is as correct as me, but she does not really offer a way to reason with AB like I do. I will always win this argument because I know what being Jewish is. No individual can step away and claim oppression from the group, and no offshoot group can be seen as anything but pro-assimilation. This is why the three of us should stop playing a game of paper, rock, scissors. I have always listened to AB because even though he gets it wrong most of the time, he is the only one who gets it right when it matters most. Donna is a genius, but too tactical on every single thing. She has never been to war, but treats everything like war, no matter what it is. To be fair to Donna, her theories are true. I will push these theories so long as I am political. As for me, I don't really know if politics is for me. I only know that I find it to be a hate-driven weapon of forcing willpower on the world. The circular triad Vanguard Circle exists regardless as to whether or not Donna will admit it. To be fair, it should exist, but it is better if qualifications of each political office is what it gives authority to it, not paper, rock, scissors. This is the flaw in it. Fix that, and the circular triad Vanguard Circle is fixed. A new Vanguard Circle of 8. I don't know if the Bund Council staff will accept Daniel as our councilman of Antifa Action. If they reject him, then we should restructure the Jewish Bundesdiaspora movement among the 8 of us. I am talking to a teacher about getting in touch with Noam Chomsky so that he can help get us Dr. Weisfeld here to Arizona. That is what would help most. Having Abraham Weisfeld, PhD, in Arizona would be great. I have shown him recordings of Phoenix, Arizona before. He was fascinated, and he should be. Once he comes here, he will understand what is going on. He never understands what is going on out here, but that is because he is far away from us.
If he could actually be here, he would be useful. Anti-Zionist synagogues and anti-Zionist Byzantine Catholic parishes are being economically bullied out of existence, only to be replaced by evangelical Christian Zionist buildings. As if there was not enough of that out here. In person is best. Nothing is better than in-person contact. I don't know how to restructure the unfinished Vanguard Circle of 8, but AB could. The chairman of the revolution is meant to care about such things, not to mention he may enjoy having it out with the Boone Council staff. I know they would. Everyone is so busy, but meanwhile, Jerusalem is now recognized as the capital of Israel. I do not want to make this about us, but I have at least covered the Vanguard Circle as it applies to us. The chairman of the revolution should write commentary here. Now, I don't recall whether he writes commentary here or not. So I do hope Dr. Weisfeld is aware of this, because this would be like, you've shared a lot of words with me recently, and this is the place to put all of it, honestly. Not to mention, some of this I think to be very dated. I would like to clarify, because I'm going to have to do a lot of aftermath thought for this. New vision for the Vanguard Circle. Having 12 members to make up a Vanguard Circle is logical, but is it really necessary for it to function in the three divisions? But is it really necessary for it to function in 3 divisions in a system of paper, rock, scissors? The 12 offices are as follows. Chairperson of the Vanguard Circle, emissary of theory and praxis, cleric of diplomacy, council person of committees, council person of national affairs, council person of education, council person of world affairs, council person of strategic projects, minister of Antifa action, minister of shtetl, minister of syndicalism, minister of counter lobbies. These should exist because a chairperson is needed to manage the structuring of the Vanguard. There should be an emissary who is in charge of dominating theory, otherwise theories will compete with each other, and the chairperson would be who everyone centralizes around. If that happens, the trap of democratic centralism will be as follows. There needs to be a cleric in charge of diplomacy, because if Bundism contradicts Judaism, then it is no better than Zionism. There should be counselors of committees, national affairs, education, world forums, and strategic projects, because these are the very things that the old Bund lacked. Without them, the new Bund will die. The lack of these positions of management is exactly why the old Bund died. There should be ministers of Antifa action, shtetl, syndicalism, and counter lobbies. I don't really need to justify this. These matters justify themselves. The document by Donna and me, Vanguard Circle, covers this already. The new vision I have for this is simple. The 12 members should come together in roundtable meetings. Consensus with respect to each other's offices' prerogatives may actually be all that is necessary here. I am much more of that position today, by the way. Reimagining the Vanguard Circle. Perhaps what needs to be guaranteed is that Bundism will no longer disgrace Judaism, and that diplomacy matters to the Bund, rendering the office of cleric unnecessary. Maybe there is no need for a chairperson or emissary. What is needed is just then 10 members to structure the Vanguard Circle while no one is heading the theory, because this manifesto will already be that theory. I think it is important to openly contradict myself here, because I am not of one mind about this. Counter lobbies, syndicalism, shtetl, and Antifa action are actually the most important factors in need of leadership roles. Ironic that these are the 4 positions left unfulfilled, yet they are the most important. If this is acceptable, then it could be considered that committees, national affairs, education, world forums, and strategic projects are necessities which don't require offices, But as long as I am in the Bund, or even as long as I am political, I am the cleric of public relations. I don't like the communist tone that Bundists have about communists. I don't like communist dismissal of Bundism either. I don't like the pretentious politics of secularism or even science. If I am in a congress or mass line rally, the mere fact that I have to hide my own being as a mystic who rejects both idealism and science, the fact that I openly say that there is no such thing as metaphysics, as that is just a chauvinistic term to begin with, then I am treated as an irrational person. I take materialism more seriously than most, quote, scientists, so why do I have to play their game? There are many Jewish thinkers out there who think and feel the same as me, but they don't go political for the very reasons I have mentioned. I have been educating myself for years. This has brought me nothing. To this day, it's brought me nothing. In fact, I've lost more than anything. It has only isolated me from the places I would rather be. But I have never really had a choice. I am repressed by the reality of my own situation. I have no autonomy over my own life because I am poor. I don't find Christianity appealing. Islam is more attractive, but it is not as sexy as Hinduism, and I'd fight anybody on that. As beautiful as Islam is, Hinduism is 10 times more gorgeous. It just is. And yeah, yes, that's a matter of personal opinion. I do not expect people to agree with me on that. But yeah, Islam is more attractive, but it is not as sexy as Hinduism. Judaism is more sexy than Hinduism. Yep. This is why I am the cleric of public relations. The Jewish proletariat would rather be a socially liberal version of Neteria Karta than have to justify to the rabbis who really wish to be around why it is. Wait, let me re-say that again. The Jewish proletariat would rather be a socially liberal version of Neteria Karta than have to justify to the rabbis who they really wish to be around why it is. They look for something feeding their souls than being part of Neteria Karta, or trying in vain every day to justify why socialism is better for themselves than capitalism. I am constantly trying to make Bundism appealing to Jewry. Finally it is, but that is only because world Jewry is going to be destroyed. As the state of Israel has expelled and murdered the Palestinians, a lot of us were foreseeing what we're seeing now. After the state of Israel has expelled and murdered the Palestinians, we will be blamed for it. Zionism is not a Jewish problem. Zionism is not a Christian problem. Zionism is the Judeo-Christian crisis. Today, I would more argue that Zionism is a Western Christian problem. Whatever the Vanguard Circle is whatever it should be. There needs to be a vanguard. There needs to be a vanguard. That vanguard cannot afford to be a party. There needs to be leadership. That leadership cannot afford to be democratic centralism. Centralism is commandism as it generates. Circularism is autogenerative collectivism. This is what any Vanguard Circle must be. Otherwise, it is just a vanguard party. The problem with our confused communist friends is that they are from more of a protected population, even when exploited. We are so traumatized by their dismissals that we blindly assume that they are always wrong. They fall away from their religions, so because of this, when the proletariat gains its dues, it becomes middle class. So even new bourgeoisie, because that is what happens to, that is what it means to, quote, follow your interests, unquote, close quote, as they say it. They fill the void they don't know they have as they drop their religions, or accurately, in most cases, treat their religions as less important. They fill the void of religion with Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, and Mao. They claim to accept criticism, yet reject criticism because that criticism is coming from a religious nut. I have to point out that Marx hated the lumpen proletariat. They then go back in time, turn the words of Karl Marx said on its head. This way, all of a sudden, Karl Marx becomes a pro-lumpen savior of some kind. This is why not just religious people, but non-affiliated socialists don't like the sound of communism. This is also why too many people reject all that is communist without investigation. The communist authors and the cult followers of those authors turn off too many people. This leads us into the mistake of rejecting the very real necessity of having a vanguard. The Vanguard Circle is necessary, but I am having doubts on how me and Donna Newman formulated it. As I think about it, I don't think Abraham Weisfeld was ever involved in formulating it with us, but he should have helped me and Donna with this. A new vision of the Vanguard Circle is needed. Now, I'm going to give quite a bit of afterthought to this right now. Alright, so this is the first Vanguard Circle video that I'm going to play next. And one more thing I want to point out is that whole notion does not apply anymore, where it was I veto Dr. Weisfeld and Dr. Weisfeld vetoes Donna Newman, Donna Newman vetoes me. Because that sort of worked in the triad conversation between us online, in collaboration of like writing pamphlet, like we wrote memos that way. I would maintain, though, the one thing I would maintain from those things I wrote is that I think it's qualification that gives you the right to veto someone. I will always stand up for the integrity of the background of what kept the Jewish people going, which was always the Torah culture, which is not always necessarily religious itself, but it is a religious thing. It's hard to explain what I mean by that, except like through the essays I've put out and like the theories I've helped promote, and will continue to promote. But this was a. I'm going to be honest here. So what happened was I was kind of rushed into this, which I cannot have happen again because I don't want my children on camera. You do see my child in the background in not this video, but the one that comes after it. Although fortunately you couldn't make her out, and my wife, I did check it and screen it with my wife. She wasn't very happy that my kid showed up, but said it was fine because you couldn't make her out. But you don't see it in this one; you see it in the next one. But this, I finally make it. I had such a hard time because I cannot do this on my phone, so I have to do this on a computer for a reason. But I was on there, and I throughout the whole thing, I can't hear anybody. I can't speak. And then finally, I get it to work at the very end, and then it continues. But this is it was really good. It was real. There was a certain, there's a real fraternal. This is what Jewish national unity looks like. This is a strong sense of Jewish nationhood you're about to see here, and it's very Bundist. This is the first Vanguard Circle meeting.
Hi, Andrew. This is the Jewish Socialist Bund Vanguard Circle, and also the Vanguard Circle of the Jewish Bundist movement, the activists of the Jewish Socialist Bund, including Comrade Net here, who is not able to connect with his audio yet. So we're going to start, and hopefully he can jump in. So it's interesting, that we're in such diverse regions. You're in Tennessee, I'm in Quebec, and Net is in Arizona. So we're beginning to connect. The Bund is coming together, and it seems it's historically opportune as well, because You know, the Jewish Marxists don't know what to say to the Jewish community. They have nothing to say that, you know, is of interest to them, because all they have is, you know, demonstration slogans, it would seem. They don't know what else to say. There's also a problem with the anti-Zionist bandwagon that's happening now, onto which in the past some fascists have jumped in order to promote anti-Semitism, and a bandwagon on which many others, you know, are jumping on, you know, with a lot of verbiage that doesn't make a distinction between Jewish people and the Zionist faction of the Jewish people. Yeah, you agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree. Someone at my well, it's kind of a group therapy type thing I went to actually told me that I'm actually the problem because I'm Jewish. I was wearing this and my yarmulke, and I was told that I was the problem.
Oh, really? Yeah, a yarmulke itself is the problem. As if a yarmulke can do all of the damage that the Zionists are doing. Completely irrational. Yeah.
They also called me the dreaded Kaesler.
What's that, Kaesler?
Yeah, they called me the Kaesler.
What's that? I've never heard of that.
Kike.
It's the same thing as kike?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that insult. Oh my, there's more than one, I suppose.
They called me a kike.
Wow. Oh my. Yeah, Zionism is going to be such a disaster for the Jewish people. But nonetheless, I saw a poll which said that 50% of Jewish Americans are in favor of a ceasefire. That is, in other words, they're not Zionists. So that's, you know, a very good total, you know, because it used to be only 20%. Now it's 50%. Okay, I'll accept that. That's progress, I guess. Yeah.
I think the majority of Jewish people aren't even Zionists. Like the majority of Zionists, for that matter, are probably Christians who want there to be a battle of Armageddon.
Yeah, and that's supposed to bring back their Messiah, their God. No, it's not even a Messiah. It's supposed to be a God or something. Okay, well, good luck.
My grandfather's church, well, his parents came here from Russia, and they were Ashkenazi Jews. Somehow he got involved in a church that was somewhat philo-Semitic, since they go on to church on Saturday, but at the same time, they also somewhat Christian because they believe in, well, their Messiah, Jesus Christ.
That sounds like the Seventh Adventist, or
pretty much, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's a sort of a strange mixture of Christianity and Judaism. But Judaism only considers that a Messiah or Messianic age would come about with the establishment of peaceful relations, you know, internationally. Whereas the Christians seem to think the opposite, that their Messiah or their God would come about in a context of a war, some kind of a, you know, world war, which is sort of undesirable. Why would they want, you know, their Messiah to come together with a war? Why would they want a war to happen, as if that's a precondition for the return of the Messiah? Doesn't make any sense. You know, if the purpose of the Messiah is to bring about peace, then what is their Messiah supposed to come and impose peace on the world? I doubt it. The Christians have been pretending to be doing that, you know, for the last couple of 100 years. Hasn't worked. Yeah.
No, and one thing that's particularly absurd about the church that my grandparents went to is that they upheld this certain ideology called British Israelism,
Oh,
in which
yes.
Anglo-Saxons are a form of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Hmm. Uh-huh.
Quite absurd to say the least.
Hmm. What, did they consider themselves to be a tribe of Israel or something? That doesn't
Yes.
make any sense. Yeah. I mean, Israel is the Jewish people. So, you know, in Hebrew, Comrade Nettie, he taught me the Hebrew words to say that the state is not Israel. L'hamadinat ve'lo Yisrael. Israel is the name of the Jewish people, not of the state. And in
What's
fact, you know,
ironic?
the prophet Samuel said that the Jewish people as a nation should not have a king, should not have a state. And
What's
yet they
ironic?
wanted to be a nation like other nations anyway. And so they got shafted. You know, they did get some a line of kings, which eventually split the whole community into two separate pieces, into Samaria and Judea. And then, you know, that left things open, you know, to being invaded and occupied and then dispersed. And then the Romans came and destroyed everything. So, you know, the idea of having a king, you know, certainly didn't help. What helps is when the people are united and can resist together. And the king divided the Jewish people and not united the Jewish people. That's
Exactly.
I can see what happened. There's Net. Can you hear us now, Net? Maybe not. Anyway.
I think what's especially ironic about the fact that my grandfather joined is the fact that he himself was actually an Ashkenazi Jew and not an Anglo-Saxon, and he still believes that the Anglo-Saxons are, in fact, a Semitic people.
Well, I mean, like, people can believe what they want, right? It doesn't have to fit into facts or anything like that.
I agree, but no, they think it's an ethnic thing themselves, though. They think it's completely ethnic based.
It's bizarre, you know. There's also yeah, I've heard of another sort of a Christian sect that calls themselves Akkadians, and they think that they come from Mesopotamia, because there was a tribe there once called Akkadians, and they claim, you know, to be descendants of that tribe. I doubt it. You know, probably they're still living there in Iraq, which is Mesopotamia, so that settles that. But the Christian Protestant, you know, thesis that they are a chosen people because they choose to copy the New Testament interpretation of the Old Testament, in which they claim that the Jewish people own exclusively the Holy Land, and that Muslims, you know, don't have any place there. And so they sent a number of crusades in there to get rid of the Muslims, and they happened to get rid, you know, a mass murder of the Jewish people as well, in Jerusalem in particular. And then they got booted out. Then they figured out, you know, that they have to have, you know, a surrogate. The British Empire, after occupying Palestine, basically, in 1917, you know, and General Allenby, you know, stated that this was the last crusade because he intended to make it a permanent crusade. Well, turned out that the only way they could do that, you know, was by enlisting the Zionists as, in effect, mercenaries to act on behalf of the British Empire and to make their Zionist state into an affiliate of the Anglo-Saxon world power structure, which is now being led by the United States of America, of course. But it's still, you know, this Anglo-Saxon trip in which Cromwell in particular, you know, like way back when, he wanted to export all the British Jewish people, you know, to Palestine and turn it into a British colony. The Jewish people refused. Napoleon tried to do the same thing with the Jewish people in Morocco. The Jewish Moroccans, they refused as well.
Cromwell was also horrible to the Irish too, because my Irish ancestors during the what they call the Great Famine.
Yeah.
Well, they say they were irresponsible with the potato, but what really happened, like, I'll say, for instance, like in the history books here in the U.S., say that the Irish ran out of potatoes because they were kind of irresponsible with them.
Huh. Well, they didn't control it. Their country was occupied. The potatoes were just
Exactly.
taken. That's it. That's all. They're gone. Yeah. And they starved, just like the Palestinians in Gaza are starving now.
Right. And it makes me think, it's just, I'm sorry, it's a horrible thing what's going on in all parts of the world, like even Myanmar, for instance. There's Buddhist monks massacring Rohingya Muslims too.
Yeah, that's bizarre, isn't it? They're supposed to be pacifists, aren't they? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Well, but another point, on this Anglo-Saxon filial, this admiration that the Zionists have, for the Anglo-Saxon world, in effect, they're assimilated into the Anglo-Saxon mentality, and they've adopted the same sort of notions of the nation state and what they can do with it. Now, but consider that it was England in 1290 that expelled the Jewish population. They were the first European country to expel the Jewish population, because they wanted to be pure Anglo-Saxon, I suppose. But, Anglo-Saxon in itself is not pure because it's composed of both Anglos and Saxons, like by definition, so. But that's, the same kind of mentality that the German philosopher Hegel had about the Germans, when she thought that, the German state, nation state, should be a purist state. And so he only recognized Prussia as a German state. And when it became affiliated with all the provinces around there, with all the other tribes that were, Germanic, but not pure Russian, pure Prussian. And Prussians, were like the aristocrats, feudal lords.
Yeah.
And so, Germany became, something that he didn't conceive of, because it didn't fit into a stereotype of the pure nation state. But nonetheless, they pretended that they were. So, and then the Zionists are doing the same thing. I can't believe, how captured the mentality of the Zionists is into the European model of national chauvinism, which, of course, degenerates into fascism and then Nazism.
I recently, not to change the subject entirely, but I recently heard a song from the Soviet Union called Palestina that was in solidarity with Palestine. And I think one of my favorite aspects of Soviet history is their solidarity with Palestinian liberation.
Well, that's how the USSR started. USSR was a feudal third world country, in effect, not even industrialized, with hardly a working class at all. And yet it jumped into a socialist experiment because of the combined effect of a national struggle for independence from the superpowers and an anti-war movement against the First World War and peasant struggle for land and national struggle of national minorities, to be liberated from a centralized Tsarist regime. It all sort of, accumulated, like each revolutionary wave, I express it in this way, each revolutionary wave climbs up on top of the other. So, and then eventually they have, the critical mass necessary to carry out the revolution in opposition to the powers that be of the state. So this is a phenomena which is called a combined revolution.
Yes.
This was elaborated on to some extent, by Bronstein, Trotsky, in his permanent revolution theory, and was actually put into effect by Mao Zedong, which combined the peasant revolution with the national revolution there in China, and it won.
I actually read a book by well, it's not by Stalin, but it's a collected works of his articles in Pravda, not Iskra, and other magazines in the Russian Empire. It's called Stalin's Collected Works, Volume 1. And yeah, there's one called the Social Democracy and the National Question.
Yes. Well, Stalin's work on the national question was critiqued by the comrades of the Bundist movement in Phoenix, Arizona. But I must say that nonetheless, he treated the subject and nobody else did, so.
Yeah.
And in fact, he's giving sort of, credibility, to the national struggle, even if he sought to manipulate it, for his own purposes, and didn't really recognize the Jewish struggle. And both he and Lenin had very nasty things to say about the Jewish Bund as well. But nonetheless, the Jewish Bund, was there with its partisans to fight off the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union from the very beginning, even when the Red Army was demobilized.
I honestly think both organizations have a lot of good points, honestly.
It's very interesting, I think, for you to be able to read the comments made on Stalin's work on the national question. It was written up by, I forget which comrade, but it's in the manual. I think, I can't remember if it's in book 1 or book 2, the Manual of Revolution, which is online at academia.edu. The problem being that it's supposed to, book 1 is supposed to be published, in printed book form, and it was paid for, but the publisher, I think, is censoring it. This is a Christian publisher in Atlanta, Georgia, and I think they freaked out.
I haven't been able to get to the website that gets me there.
It's very long, there's so much, to deal with there. And I've added annexes in there, which are very educational, like Ehrlich's critique of Zionism in the 1930s. And also I've added in Dr. Huey P. Newton on intercommunalism, his concept of intercommunalism as opposed to the nation state, and other very important documentations. Makhno, the Ukrainian anarchist who fought off, the royalists in the Civil War of 1918, stuff like that, which no other tendencies are willing to promote, because it doesn't conform to their particular doctrine, which is irrelevant, because you can learn from all of the revolutionary socialist doctrines. It's just a matter of becoming aware of what contribution they've made, and also becoming aware of what mistakes they made at the same time. Nobody is without error.
Can anybody hear me this time?
Hey, great. Okay, we can hear you now. Oh, now his video's frozen. Come on, come back. Okay, there you are. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me, but
yeah, of course we can see you. Okay, go ahead. We have a few minutes left on this recording. So
that's perfect. That's a few minutes.
So go ahead, what were you thinking of, because we're talking about Zionism and anti-Semitism. What points would you make on those relations?
Zionism is anti-Semitism, and in theological terms, as the Zionist state is Amalek. And actually, that corresponds to being the bastard child of Esau. And if we know the Christians are the children of Esau, so it actually makes perfect sense. Twice removed. Think about it.
Well, I'll think about it. I don't quite get it, but I'll think about it. But, we're thinking about, how anti-Semitism is being promoted now by those who are taking advantage of the anti-Zionist sentiment that's developing and using it, as a weapon against the Jewish people, because they assume that Zionism is Jewish because the Zionist state says so. And so they accept the premise of Zionism in order to attack Zionism and promote anti-Semitism. And yet, they expose, what Zionism is all about at the same time, because it's promoting anti-Semitism in that fashion.
I feel like it's a shame but it's true that my brother, given the fact that he is Jewish, is still anti-Semitic because of his surroundings. And like he was talking about Lord Jacob Rothschild, who died quite recently, and saying that the Jews control the media and everything.
Huh. Well, I mean, there is a lot of Jewish investment in media and Hollywood, because that's, a Jewish thing, writing and the Moscow Yiddish theater and all that, from which it arose. But
it's not really a hegemony, though.
The big bucks are not there. The big bucks, you just have to take a look at the list, of the top rich people in the world. And last time I looked, there wasn't even one Jewish person there, or maybe there was, like with Zuckerberg, as being in the list. But it's like minimal. The Jewish presence is minimal. Okay, even though Jewish people, are a rather small percentage of the world population, but nonetheless, the Jewish, financial elite and bourgeoisie have been there for a long time, and they could, make a lot of money, during that time. But they don't control the United States of America like it's being alleged. It's the United States of America which is using Israel as its, bat to beat the heads of the Palestinians right now. They're even sending soldiers over there. That's why that Air Force officer, Aaron Bushnell, committed suicide, in protest, in extreme direct action by immolating himself, because he was being assigned to go to, fight in Israel. They have American soldiers there right now, I have seen reported, fighting in the tunnels, trying to eradicate Hamas.
This means that America, that actually means America is participating in the Zionist genocide.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not trying to get Massaded, but some people say that if Israel fell, the U.S. would fall. I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, if America fell, Israel would fall. That's actually how it would work, because the life support is all American. There's other donors to Israel, but the primary life support that Israel depends on is completely the backing of the United States of America.
Oh, by the way, I was looking at that's your talus that you're wearing, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, he's wearing a talus, definitely.
It's quite an elaborate one. I like the trim on it on the top there. Yeah, it's very artistic. I have the one for my father. Oh yeah, and the Palestine shawl as well. I'll get my keffiyeh here for. Yeah.
You were supposed to get me one of those, AB man.
Yes, but I heard about a guy who got shot because he was wearing a keffiyeh. So I figured that if you were wearing that, there would be a lot of people down there in Arizona who might try to take a shot at you as well. What do you think?
I got a crazy look for wearing one of them, so I think it would be a good idea.
You can be shot out here for many reasons, and it really just depends. Everybody does whatever they want. It's chaos. Some people could run around in a tutu and nothing would happen, or they'd get beat up. It depends.
I'll tell you what someone told me. This place I was at when I was wearing just a yarmulke, nothing crazy at all, and they called me the kike. They called me a kike. That's it, man. They just said, "Fuck you, kike."
Well,
one time somebody just because I made the mistake of wearing the yarmulke instead of a hat like this out in public. I heard fucking Jew, and I when I hear that and if you're white, I tend to say, well, you can't really be racist towards white people, in my opinion. So I just basically replied, "Fucking honky," and then he threw a bunch of rocks at me. It wasn't that exciting.
What about the guys who asked you if you were a Jew? The Arabic guys.
Oh,
that's what concerns me more.
Yeah, that was one of the smoke shops, not one of the ones I go to, but I dropped by there, and the one guy somehow guessed I was Jewish, and he said, "Are you Jewish?" I said, "Yes," and like they got jumped. Now this wasn't. And this is that second one I was telling you about, where you do get to see my child. By the way, the child formerly known as Corporal Cat, who facilitated work for anarcho-bundists. If I ever reference this child again, I reference this child. That's my child, my genderqueer son. That is Corporal Cat. I refer to them from now on as Beepus, which is actually spelled Beepis, because that's really how they identify. So, like, I can't, because, like, like that is their avatar persona, not who they refer to themselves as in real life. My 9-year-old daughter, who you do see a little bit in the background, unfortunately. And my wife was not very happy about this, but she did say it was okay because she could barely make her out. And that's why I need to be allowed to prep and stuff like this, so I can let others know, hey, I'm doing something over here. That's going to be, if I have to reference my 9-year-old, I refer to her as Addie Panda. Now, because there may be times when I cannot avoid speaking about my family. But anyway, this was very productive. Like I said, these two ones are a bit chaotic. But now on Dr. Weisfeld's channel, I think that there's Bundist movement, Vanguard Circle, like that Vanguard Circle is its own, I think, podcast, whereas Here Now is a distinct podcast. I think that is the case. But anyway, let's play this video. Okay, so I do want to make clear, it wasn't the store owners, it was the guys coming to the store who were also Arabs. He had asked me a question, and somehow he guessed I was Jewish. He's like, "Are you Jewish?" And I said, "Yeah," and then they pretty much beat me up. But the week before was the exact opposite.
Details. What did they do to you? What did they do to you?
Well, they tried to beat me up. Like it was like, I mean, they didn't get very far because the store manager.
What did they do? Did they use their fists or their feet?
No, they just tried to take me by the shirt, and the one guy tried to raise his fist, and then the store guy, he was also Arab, says, "Hey, you can't do that you can't do that near my store." He said, "You guys have to go."
Very nice.
Yeah, the week before it was kind of the opposite thing. It's, these people were found out I was Jewish, and they were not Arab at all, and they were like, I just want you to know that.
When they were talking about, the first incident, we haven't finished. So they thought that you were Zionist because you said you were Jewish? Is that what this was?
I think that's what it was. I think that they didn't I think that they didn't distinguish. I think the store manager did, because most of the store managers that are Arab, they know this stuff already because they have a lot of Jewish customers. And a lot of the Jewish customers.
Did you explain your condition to them?
To the guys that were trying to beat me up, I didn't get a word in edgewise. The guy had kicked them out before they could really get that far.
Okay. Uh-huh.
But you
have to be very quick.
See, I do that, but the problem is socially, it gets awkward and redundant to certain people who already know these things. And usually the store managers, they know these things typically.
Yeah.
They usually know. They're in the know about that stuff. These were random. These Arab guys were random, not the store owner who also is Arab. He already knew all this. In fact, while I don't think he knew me, he knows about those things. He typically doesn't just, because that's kind of how the culture is out here. Which is why I don't like to talk about it as white people, because Arab petty bourgeois people are usually very educated about the difference between Jewish and Zionist.
Hmm.
I don't think about the class. I know that this is something you're not supposed to do according to communists, but I don't typically think about it as a class thing. I think of everything as caste. So yes, there are differences in privilege, but I think what really sets it off in a settler colonial country like the United States is more your nationality is what constitutes, forgive me, the class a lot of times, particularly out here.
Okay. But, we've been working a long time, to educate, the Arab and Palestinian population. That's the difference, between Jewish and Zionist. And all the Arab Palestinian tendencies, have adopted, the distinction between being Jewish and being a Zionist.
I would agree.
Hamas actually changed its whole charter, dropped its 1988 charter, adopted a new charter which only critiqued Zionism in the charter of 2017. But the Zionists that I meet, on the vigil, in the Jewish community on Sunday every week, they don't know this. They're only told about the charter of 1988, which talks about the Jewish people being the source of the problem, and which refers to the protocols of the elders of Zion, even, like it was an anti-Semitic document. And they still believe that Hamas is into that, even though Hamas quit the Muslim Brotherhood, dropped its charter, and I don't think that they, targeted civilians during the October the 7th, military operation. They were there in order to take hostages, and they got rid of an awful lot of soldiers who a couple of years before were the ones who were the snipers who killed 363 peaceful Palestinian protesters on the Great March of Return, to the frontier there, who were unarmed and shot down. And those were the soldiers who were doing it. So
yeah, there is actually to this day, no proof that any civilians were taken.
Hey, is it all right if I call you right back?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you can jump in anytime.
I need to charge my phone for a minute.
Okay. Okay, we'll be on for another 30 minutes.
I've been hearing, I kept hearing I try not to watch the corporate media, but whenever I tune into the corporate media, there is the maintaining that, at least since I last heard it, that, they came after babies and stuff to, and whatever, but I've never seen any footage of babies being taken by Hamas.
I've done 2 videos, which goes to the, the Zionist, website set up, supposedly to present, the evidence, of these charges of horrible atrocities. So I went to the 2 websites that I was referred to by a Zionist, who came to me, during the vigil at the Jewish community campus here in Montreal. One of them, had a list of all the horrible atrocities, and you're supposed to click on it, to see the videos of the atrocity. But when you click on it, there were no videos, none at all. So I did one video, to demonstrate that, and recorded, the screen, as I was trying to find the videos. And that was not the one that's called, HamasMassacre.com. And another one that I was referred to called Hamas.com. I went to that, and they had videos. They had all the charges, of all the crimes, the horror stories. And then, I went into each of them, and there were some videos there, but they were not about, what the title was. There was no videos of, 40 beheaded, burnt babies. There was no mass rapes. There's, then there was nothing, the videos that they showed were only the body cams, that the Hamas fighters themselves, had recorded and were later killed, and their body cams were recuperated by the Zionist military. And they took these videos from the Hamas fighters and they put them on the website. And what they showed was the Hamas fighters, soldiers, taking hostages, not killing people, but taking hostages. And in a somewhat, rough way, but not even brutal, so, it proved the opposite of what they were contending. No.
Yeah, I would figure so, because I've seen a lot of footage of after October the 7th of, the IDF attacking. I'm having somebody's knocking on the door. If that happens, if it continues, I'm going to have to cut this short.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll make some comments and then come back. To see, so you can see who it is, if it's urgent. Okay. So I made the second video of the other website, the Zionist website, which serves to prove that there is no proof as to the allegations made out of the atrocities supposedly committed by Hamas on October the 7th. Because there weren't atrocities. The atrocities that were committed by the Zionist military. One, in terms of tank fire that killed hostages together with the Hamas fighters in the kibbutzim, Kibbutz Be'eri in particular, which there is direct testimony. And also the videos from the Zionist military, which show the Apache helicopters targeting vehicles that were fleeing from the Nova Festival site. Some were fleeing towards Gaza, which is presumed, to have hostages and fighters together. They were destroyed. And the others were just, festival goers who were fleeing and were held in place, by the border police, who wouldn't let them get out. And they were destroyed as well by the Apache Hellfire missiles, which were targeting them as well, even though they were trying to escape from the battle area. Initially,
I just want to make sure you couldn't see my daughter in the frame, could you?
No, just something on the wall there.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because it's really chaos, and I'm trying. I have, like I said, I have this to-do list and everything. But back on the topic, I have seen a lot of footage of the IDF bombarding the Palestinians since after October 7th. I've not seen like actual civilian attacks of Hamas taking, like the horrendous stuff. Like, I know that they took hostages. That's all I know.
Yeah.
As
I was saying, the body cam videos that are shown by the Zionist military that were taken from the Zionist fighters who were killed only show them, taking hostages, not killing civilians. That was not their objective. That's not what they had done. Unless, there was a civilian or a reserve officer, as they're called, who took up a gun, and started shooting at them. Then they got shot back, of course. But otherwise, there was no intention, to massacre or carry out a genocide or mass rape, all the Israeli women, as if, this is what, Arabs are supposed to be doing if they get their freedom.
This may be a bit radical, but I'm so tired of hearing about terrorism. I want the word deodorized because why is fascism a deodorized word? But we're injecting steroids into the word terrorism. I don't agree with, me. I think the terrorist tactic has always been stupid, but it's an underdog tactic. The idea that the terrorists are going to take away everything or they're going to hurt your children, it's so fantastically absurd to me because, that's all, it's a cliche, but it's a true cliche. Terrorism is what the big army calls the little army. They call them terrorists. The scary thing, and this is actually one of the problems in Arizona, is the word fascist is very not scary to a lot of people out here. Like it's deodorized. And yet there's a lot of fascists out here, but that may have something to do with it. I mean, among a lot of the LGBTQ plus in Arizona, they are afraid of the word fascist, like for obvious reasons. But why is the word fascist deodorized, but the word terrorist is not? It's like the terrorist is overemphasized when it's like ridiculous. Like terrorism isn't the threat.
Let me tell you, my mother's brother, who was a partisan, and initially set up an underground railway to get the women out of the Warsaw Ghetto to save the nation.
Yeah,
he was a partisan who fought when the Nazis invaded the USSR. Was later, conscripted into the Red Army and was lost there. Okay. He was initially called a terrorist by the Nazis. That's what they called the terrorists, the partisans who were fighting back against the occupation of the Eastern European territories. So, terrorist means a freedom fighter as far as I'm concerned.
See, that's why on the Bundes movement channel, which I might need some help, doing more with the channel. I might need some extra participation for that particular channel soon. I said on that channel, I forget which video it is because I've made quite a few videos in the last months or so for because I'm trying to provide something before I give the big project I want to give to that channel. I said in one of the videos, maybe more than one of them, but I said that we need to be, as partisans, willing to fight the Zionists physically if it comes down to that, because this is a genocide. We may have to actually defend the Palestinians physically. And,
that's what I said in my last video, 2 weeks ago, actually, when I was on the vigil, and the Christian woman who came up, and started shouting at me while I was talking with somebody, and then I told her that, that she should just go away, because she was, hysterical. And that's when she attacked the banner. And then I got angry, and then I came, I have these bamboo poles, holding up the banner, they're solid, So then I came at her, with the bamboo stick, and she ran away, and I said, I'll fight anybody who tries to attack this banner. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, I agree.
Andrew.
I'm actually buying what's called a trench knife.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, that will impress anybody who tries to attack you for sure. And they will think about it again. Because they think that, that we're victims, we're supposed to act like victims. We're supposed to be afraid. We're not supposed to fight back, and we're not supposed to win, And that's what the Zionists, are trying to build up the pride of Jewish people, to make them think that we're invincible now and that we can fight off any sort of, forces that come to attack the Jewish people. But instead, they're using that force, to attack rather than defend. And yet they're still into it, it's incredible.
Jewish Antifa was actually Antifa was an actual real partisan. This is one of the reasons why I think that the Bunds history is often deliberately forgotten, is because it ties directly into the Antifa of Germany, the Antifa of Italy, and the Antifa in Poland was majority Bundist, actually.
Yeah.
And they were all connected. Like there was yes, the Marxist Leninists of Germany. They were very radical, actually. That the anti-fascist action, but they were in contact with the ones in Italy, and they were all in contact with the stuff in Warsaw, which was all Bundist. So I think that's the funny thing is, Antifa is being demonized because they don't want you to remember that Zionism had nothing to do with Antifa. Nothing.
Yeah.
In fact, we didn't. We had the Bundists. We actually, if anything, were actually on par with anarchists and Marxists. If anything, like we had our sectarian problems with them, but we had way more of a connection to them than we did the freaking Zionists. That's history.
Yeah.
That's
and also in the
history.
1905 revolution, the Bund was in the United Front with all the other revolutionary tendencies.
Yeah.
And they were the heroes of the 1905 revolution. They're the ones who fought off, the police and the military for a while.
And that's the thing is we're getting back to that with people of color wanting Maoism over just Marxism, Leninism, and not that Marxism, Leninists that are principled can't be involved, but like it's Maoists that are relooking into Antifa. I've noticed, like Irish Maoists, Black Maoists, anarchists are very good at Antifa. But like the police, the ghetto police, the Jewish people that were acting as middle management for the Nazis, they were majority Zionists. And that's actually on record. Like I don't know where to find the records, but I used to see certain records like information, back in the 2010s when there was more stuff.
The Zionists were a majority of what?
The ghetto police that
the capos. The capos were 70.1%, Zionists. Yeah.
Yes. And see, that's the other part of this is that not only was the majority of partisans Bundists, and when not Bundist, the Jewish partisans would have been Marxist or anarchists, and if anything, the Zionists later came way too late into the partisan movement, and not enough of them. And when you look at I don't know how many of the Kappas were Zionists, but I'm pretty sure it was a majority. I don't know the exact number, but that was actually.
I just told you it's 70.1% because I read it.
Okay, all right. So that's the big thing.
What's that?
I think that this.
No, Andrew, what's that?
What about Abba Kovner?
Oh yeah, it sounds familiar, but I don't remember what the story is about.
He led this movement called Nakam, actually, and he killed about 600 SS prisoners of war.
They killed them as prisoners of war after the war, or what, during the war?
Afterwards, and he actually went on to form Israel. So he was a Zionist partisan who.
Oh, so after the war, the Zionists took revenge. Yes, but not during the war. They weren't partisans, unless they were caught and they had no other choice. Yeah, in the Warsaw Ghetto, there were two Zionist factions that fought together with the Bund. Yeah.
This is what I mean by a cover up on Antifa's history. It's not that it's not known. Nobody in the establishment wants younger people to know this because younger people are interested in these factors, and what that shows is who was in Antifa, the Bund, who was in the Kappa, Zionists.
My ancestors were actually labor activists, and before they had to leave in 1905 during a pogrom.
Your parents, you mean? Your grandparents, you mean?
My great grandparents by now.
Yeah, you're young. I'm a second generation Holocaust survivor. Yeah. Oh my.
Well, these pogroms I'm talking about were pogroms in the Russian Empire.
Is that I like the flag in your on your wall behind you, but it looks like the Russian eagle, double-headed eagle with a communist star on a red background. It's like
Albania. It's the People's Socialist Republic of Albania.
Oh.
And here's the Palestinian flag.
Yes.
I have a small Palestinian flag. It's not very impressive. I mean, I guess I could show
Albania
you.
is Muslim, of course. Albania is one of the two countries in Europe that actually helped the Jewish people escape, from the Nazis' Holocaust. Albania and Denmark, and all the rest.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All the rest, like the best was, let's say, France, in which 40% of the Jewish population was killed off. Holland, about the same thing, or maybe 50%. Of course,
This is the best I got. This wasn't very impressive. It looked a lot bigger when I ordered it online. It's not very impressive.
I'm talking about the percentage of Holocaust victims in each of the European countries, in contrast to Albania and Denmark, in which the Jewish people were saved. But the other countries, the percentage of Jewish people who were lost was between 40% and 90%, as in Poland, like my family.
What about Belarus?
Belarus, I think, was about the same as the other countries there. Eastern Europe is like a very high percentage that were lost.
A really good argument for the civil society over the state is Denmark, I think, because Denmark had been occupied and a lot of the people in Denmark didn't want to hand over Jewish people. Because they had gotten so close because they lived door by door with each other. So that's one of the reasons why I'm just not interested in talking about campaigns, because a lot of people out here are very, very who are radical and who don't like what's going on in Palestine. They don't care to get into the politics because there's the people, but if the people have no representation by the government, the civil society does start to self-manage. It's starting to do that in the West Coast and certain pockets in the Southwest out here. It's starting to happen, and a lot of times you'll see that Arabs are organizing around this, and there's a whole campaign to dump Biden out here right now. By the way, you ask them who you're voting for, they say we're not voting. Vote to sabotage. And I said they found this too scary to say. I'll say it, but they're too scared to say it, and I understand why, because they'll be targeted quicker than I will if they say it. And I said, well, we need to make a new slogan: make treason popular again. But
there was a lingering thought that I had in the previous discussion, and that was, yes, okay, so the European countries are generally anti-Semitic and allowed the Holocaust to proceed. But in the Arab-controlled countries, there was no Holocaust, even though they were occupied by the Nazis even, right? Morocco,
right, yeah.
Tunisia, Libya was occupied, Egypt was occupied, but the Jewish people were protected.
Yeah, in fact, they also hid Jewish people. And in fact, there's proof that Palestinians hid Jewish people. There's proof, actually.
Even in the Ottoman Empire, in Palestine, Jews were treated equally.
Yeah. And the Jews were given a certain autonomy, but it had both disadvantages and advantages. Okay, so they had to pay a tax special for the protection of the state, which may or may not have been forthcoming in certain instances. And two, they were banned, from being conscripted into the military. So they didn't have any military training, and so they were defenseless as a result. That was the problem with the dhimmi status under the Ottoman Empire. And it seems to me, like a lot of the proponents, of the one-state group think that this is what's going to happen again in a one-state, solution. They have no idea what they're talking about. They have a really sort of, primitive, view of constitutional politics. They don't know what, one state means, Like imagine if there was a one state, like as the slogan goes, like one Palestine, from the river to the sea, then how does it decide, what to do with the Palestinian refugees who are waiting to come back on the right of return? Okay, let's say there's going to be a vote. So how do they decide it, when the population is 50-50? And if one side, has a little bit, more of a majority and they decide, they're on the right of return of the Palestinian refugees, or if the other side has a slim majority and they decide not to allow the right of return of the Palestinians, how is it going to be resolved? It won't be resolved. It'll just result in a civil war. A one-state solution is not a solution. Neither is a two-state solution. That's
the two-state solution. The two-state solution is one of the most dangerous things to ever push, because I know that this is not said a lot, but if you think about it, we already see what we already have the two-state solution. That's kind of the issue right here, is like because Palestine's already recognized and it has no power. It has to see
it's
at
not
the UN.
recognized. It's not recognized. Israel hasn't recognized Palestine yet, and the UN has not recognized Palestine as a voting member of the United Nations. It's only recognized as an observer state in the General Assembly. But that's going to change now. Palestine is going to be admitted to the General Assembly, and Israel may be suspended from the General Assembly, and then they'll vote for sanctions, etc.
But isn't the United States still going to veto it? Because
General Assembly. They don't have a veto in the General Assembly, and anything that's voted, by 2/3 absolute majority, is more powerful than a veto.
Okay, but thank you for clarifying that, because there was that thing that the state of Palestine had been recognized, but the UN is so complicated. I don't know. I think the UN Security Council should be abolished. Actually, if we're talking about the 5 countries.
Yeah, there's a big reform movement now, by the third world, want to change the United Nations. But there is a provision for overruling a veto in the Security Council by the General Assembly, in which 2/3 of the delegates, would vote, an absolute supermajority, as it's called, including, and that accounting includes, the abstentions. So the abstentions would count as a vote against a 2/3 absolute majority. But I think Palestine could get that, and they could overrule the veto in the Security Council as a result. This was a provision in the United States, built into the Charter of the United Nations, because they wanted to be able to overrule any Soviet veto, but it's never been used, and now it can be used against a U.S. veto.
That's very interesting. You know a lot about the inner bureaucracy of a lot of this. I've always found all that confusing, because if you think about the auto determination of people's, there's a lot of bureaucratic red tape that nobody wants to see anymore. Like they always say, the toothless UN, but the concept behind what the UN represents is a good idea. And there are, proposals even to an alternative to the United Nations. But within the United Nations itself, there does seem to be more radicals trying to get in there. I don't know how the process works, but
well, the Third World Revolution has taken over the United Nations General Assembly. Since the United Nations was set up and all the colonies became independent and became affiliated under the pressure of the USSR, and all of a sudden they had a majority. And that's why, the Security Council, United States wants to keep its veto there, because they're afraid of the Third World and the General Assembly. But
I think
the structure of the United Nations is faulty in the first place, because it's based upon the recognition of nation states.
Yes.
And this is false, because if you look at the number of nations actually that exist in the world's people's cultures, you have 3,000, nations in the world. But
and some
have
cultures,
194 nation states.
Some cultures are tied up with the land, and some cultures are organically nomadic too. And this is never put into the consideration you can always tell when people keep calling every country in the world a nation. Like people still say that in America, but America cannot by definition be a nation at all. That's not possible.
No, it's a state.
One of the things
confederation, basically, it's a confederation of states. Yeah.
Yes, and not even of nations. Like when you think about it, because nations don't have actual autonomy within those states.
That's right. Yeah, like the Black nation, for instance. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But with 3,000 nations in the world, substantial nations, and only 194 nation states recognized in the General Assembly, there has got to be a big change. There's got to be some sort of means of, representation for all the nations that represent civil society and not the state itself. The state is bourgeois. So the United Nations is bourgeois.
Like it was with certain people within Amsterdam, like the ones that helped Anne Frank's family. I don't remember the name of the Anne Frank's father, but like there's a series called, I think it's called A Small Light on on National Geographic. It's actually a movie series. I don't know if it's a 10-part series or what, but it has to do with Anne Frank's father and the partisan couple that took over the store when he had supposedly disappeared. When he didn't really disappear. But like we're seeing replications of that, and to a certain extent, like not like exactly like that, where you have to be afraid, oh, your friends are going to be taken away right away. But there is a concern by a lot of Arabs who are drawing parallels to the Holocaust and what's happening with the war on Gaza. And I'm of the same mentality of that. I think that we should be prepared for it, because Trump was openly talking about stopping he was saying openly racist stuff, like more than he had before when he was president. He has spoken in terms of trying to wipe out Palestine, and he's spoken in terms of not of ending mixed racing and stuff. And Biden, I don't think Biden's going to get a second term.
Mm-hmm.
And my analysis of it is that the establishment wants to keep Biden, but nobody likes Biden, and Biden keeps doing it. Seems to be kind of senile. He seems to be making way too many Freudian slips, and they don't trust Trump. But Trump will probably get it, even if he's in prison. In fact, if Trump went to prison, I'll tell you what the culture of white supremacy is in the United States today. If Trump was to go to prison, that would boost his credibility to the Republicans.
Mm.
So he could actually.
He could actually be
president
before the election. His judicial process is supposed to come to a decision at a later time, in which he would presumably, already have been elected. So he's calling for the recognition of immunity and impunity for the president, as if the president were a king. And this is before the Supreme Court right now.
It's funny because ever since the Patriot Act,
we don't have much time. We only have a few minutes. So
okay.
Let's each take a minute to conclude. Okay, Net, go. You've got a minute.
Well, I have to say good Shabbos and Shabbat Shalom, because I'm gonna have to prepare for the Sabbath. But I really think we need to just stop being scared, because there's so many of us of different backgrounds, Mexica and Mestizo Mexicans and Black people and Arabs. So like Jewish partisans, we can there are a lot of these places we can openly talk about being partisans, and nobody does anything because they're all of the same mindset, because we already know that fascism is here. We're not sure exactly what form it's going to take right now, but it's already here. And, we need to openly talk about being partisans and taking up arms to protect Palestinians. And I thought of having a Jewish migration all the way to Lebanon to become Lebanese citizens and aid Hezbollah. I've even thought in those terms, because contrary to popular belief, Hezbollah doesn't hate Jewish people at all. They never have, actually.
I thought of a place to move as well.
Okay, Andrew, what are your concluding remarks for this recording?
Spokojnej nocy and Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Okay, get Shabbos, as we say in Yiddish.
And other than that, I'd like to say there's this oblast, so to speak, this region in Russia called the Jewish Autonomous Oblast.
Yes, this is where we want to put the Jewish International Bund, actually.
Well, you do. I don't think it can work.
Well, a lot of people. It's been thought of by a lot of people. It's not just me. I just happen to be one of the ones that's stubborn enough to keep with the idea.
I think upper state New York is better as a territorial base, and Baltimore. But
I can see
I'd
why
like
you
to
say
conclude
that.
it. I would like to conclude myself and mention that the veterans of the Palestinian Solidarity Movement have now the responsibility to educate those who are coming to an appreciation of the Palestinian resistance as a resistance movement and not a terrorist movement, and educate them to know that the Jewish people are not with Zionism. The majority of the Jewish people have chosen not to live in Israel, are de facto non-Zionists, and there's more Jewish Americans than there are Jewish Israelis, and that they should be educated to the effect that the Jewish people have to become an ally of the Palestinians and are not a de facto enemy of the Palestinians. It is the Zionists who have been indoctrinated to be enemies of the Palestinian people, and even they can be educated by other Jewish people, not non-Jewish people, but by other Jewish people as to what is actually going on and what is happening against their own interests and being sent, to sacrifice their children for nothing. So we've got a big job ahead of us, and we're ready. We're getting organized now. And I continue with my vigil on Sunday here, and I'll record that whole thing and show you. I have a number of interactions with the Zionists who come to debate and shout at me, and I argue with them, and I show, and that demonstrates, the way in which one can argue with the Zionists effectively.
Medina Velo Yisrael.
Medina Velo Yisrael. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, the state is not Israel. We are Israel. My father even told me that the name of my tribe, our tribe, is Israel. Because it is the name of the Jewish people, other than the Kohanim and the Levi. But altogether, we are the Jewish people.
Yes. We are the Jewish people. The state is not Israel.
That's right. Great. Thank you, comrades. Git nach.
Thank you.
Git Shabbos.
This was casted as a Here and Now podcast, but this was also, I would say, a Vanguard Circle meeting. This was, like the two previous things you saw, this was myself, Dr. Weisfeld, and Andrew Like. You'll notice also, and I will put a link in the description for this one as well, yesterday was was published out on this video, a Vanguard Circle meeting, which had Mark Foster in it, Andrew Like and Dr. Weisfeld. I was not present, and that's because, I'm getting all this distressing news. I hope that I have not distressed people with this video, but the Vanguard Circle lives on, the Bundist movement lives on, the Jewish Socialist Bund will be triumphant and greater than the Jewish Labor Bund. And I'd also just say that the stories of Ezekiel and the stories of Isaiah and stuff like that, they should only be understood esoterically. Only understood esoterically. You got to keep in mind, our wish for a king, a messiah, a human king, messiah, is more of a wish for a chief, like a tribal chief or a rebbe. And the 12 tribes of yesterday will not be the 12 tribes that come into the world now. Ashkenaz is its own new tribe. If a lot of Ashkenazim, are either being assimilated in different religions or they're getting stronger in Judaism, and that's actually happening. People want to know Judaism because people want to know their religions, and they want to know their religions in a romantic way that is not a literal way. And we're getting into that, and that the rediscovery of magic is important for that. While I don't believe in science, I respect those that do actual science. So, we are all coming in a meeting of the minds, which is an essential factor here. This Jewish Renaissance for our nationality, a Torah culture, and that's another thing. The Torah culture, the Judaism is a culture as much as it is a religion. The Torah culture is those books. It's actually the mitzvot practicing that's the religion, and a lot of people miss that. Anyway, we don't believe in damnation, as we should remember, and that's one of the things we need to get out of this is the culture around Christendom, which isn't even good for all Christians. A lot of Christians don't benefit from Christendom. It's important to understand things like that too. Anyway, bringing to this video.
Here and now, here we are. This is the Jewish Socialist Bund Vanguard Circle, and we're meeting to discuss anti-Semitism in Palestine. To lead off, the film director who won the big award in Berlin or wherever, made the most stupid remark, saying that he was refusing his Jewishness. Because he thinks that this is, like the thing to say, because he thinks that if he's going to go anti-Zionist, that he has to refuse his Jewishness. That's what he starts off with. Like, who has been advising this idiot? Let him stick to film, like in politics, he has no idea what he's doing. There's like Professor Shlomo Sand, who has a position teaching and teaches the most stupid things, like that the Ashkenazi Jewish people are not Jewish, that they come from Kazakhstan, and that he's no longer Jewish. He decided that he's no longer Jewish, and he wrote a book about it, and everybody buys the book, and he makes some money, and then France, the French people, they love this, because everybody's supposed to be French and not anything else. And the Jewish people even adopt, a Christian first name. And I knew a Jewish woman communist who was actually doing volunteer work for the local Catholic Church. This is, the kind of mentality that this, idea comes from, that you have to refuse your Jewishness in order to declare yourself to be opposed to the genocide in Gaza. It really makes me angry, and it corresponds, a lot to the classical, Marxist, an 1848 pamphlet on the Jewish question, in which Karl Marx, who was raised a Lutheran, actually, argues that the problem with anti-Semitism is the Jewish people's own fault, and they should just stop being Jewish, and then they won't be as discriminated against. Basically, that's his argument. If you think I'm being harsh on Karl Marx, let me know.
No.
That's one of the honest critiques of Karl Marx that, I hear a lot of critiques of Karl Marx, but that's honestly one of the good critiques.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way around it.
I would say, I'm not saying that he deliberately did this, but the one I remember that pushed that if you're going to really be Jewish and be for Palestine, you have to drop Jewishness. The one that I remember being the most prevalent saying that was Rich Siegel, and he had been very convincing for a long time. Eventually, a lot of Muslims caught on to this, and they got very uncomfortable. Like Muslims, when I was active on Facebook, I'd get messages from Muslims like, "Yeah, you're right. He's extremely messed up about this."
Yeah, it's Professor Shlomo Sand, Gilad Altsman, the fascist as well. I mean, he starts by refusing his Jewishness and ends up, being a fascist. Okay. So, who else is like this? So many, here. That's why they don't show up to the vigil, on Sunday at the Jewish community campus, because they don't want to be Jewish, even though they call themselves Jewish.
My grandfather, who is an Ashkenazi Jew, I told him about some of the anti-Semitism that I face from my community, and he said, "Well, just don't let them know you're Jewish." And I feel like I shouldn't have to hide being Jewish.
Yeah, and it doesn't work anyway. Like it didn't work in Spain in 1492 when a large segment of the Jewish population converted to Catholicism, and they were still killed and exiled. Germany, the Jewish German population were as German as German, as German you can get. Didn't even speak Yiddish, only German, and they looked down upon Jewish people who spoke Yiddish. They were dealt with as well as Jewish people, even though they were trying to deny it. It doesn't work. That's the easy answer to that. And the assimilationists, of either Marxist or liberal quality, are just voicing a cliche. They don't know what they're talking about.
A fun fact here. There is an extremely high similarity of DNA between Ashkenazim and Palestinians.
In paternal DNA. In paternal DNA, yes.
Yeah, but it's there. It's there, though. In fact, it's more there than from somebody like me who's Sephardi. In fact, I mean, this is why I say I'm very doubtful when people say, well, Sephardim are more Hebrew than Ashkenazim. That's not what the evidence has ever shown me. Mizrahim, yes. But people forget, Sephardim are always the most mixed of everybody.
Yeah.
We do have, a lot of times we're intermarried with Ashkenazim, and a lot of times we're married with Mizrahim, with Arabs, with different Mediterraneans. In fact, I would say majority of us are Mediterranean. I believe personally that what my family said about us was just family folklore, because the more I tried to look into my family, I think that we are the descendants of my family, that we are the descendants of Visigoth converts, which that doesn't take away any credibility because there's no ethnic part of being Jewish. There's nothing ethnic about being Jewish.
You mean racial? It's not a racial category.
Well, it's
not
an
a biological category.
It's not even really an ethnic category. What it is there's ethnic categories that are predominantly Jewish because we weren't really allowed to convert people. People who came to convert had to do so secretly, or and instantly they had to change their names because it was problematic, not just from the Christian point of view, but even the Muslim point of view. Because the Muslims, you can't spread Christianity and Judaism. That was their policy. That's the part of the whole Dhimmi law.
Andrew, I'd be very interesting to hear you record some of the incidents of anti-Semitism that you've thought of, because people should know what happens. Because it's a denial. So many non-Jews are in denial, of anti-Semitism, and even the Jewish assimilationists, they don't believe that anti-Semitism still exists.
Well, the person who said it to me, well, they said, first of all, they said, quote, and I quote, "Fuck you, kike, you're what's wrong with this country."
The whole country. Oh, well, boy, 1.5% of the population has that much influence in the country? Really?
If we had influence, Tikkun Olam would be taken as a global mission. That would be the case. So I find this too fantastic to. That's just.
Yeah, I mean, we try to have an influence, whether for socialism or some, in order to make a stash of money, but there's not that many Jewish people around. It doesn't make that much of a difference, on our own. So for somebody to say something like that to you, is delusionary.
AB, do you have those figures? Because you have those figures about they're accurate too. You had the actual figure. I mean, I knew about this, but you had the actual percentage of how the financiers in the United States is German and English. Actually, you had the actual figures to this
demographic. Yeah. 21% of the American population is of Anglo origin, Anglo-Saxon, New England, and all that sort of thing. And surprisingly, 20% are German Americans, those who were unemployed, came from Germany, or were seeking to get away, from the feudal system there. And coming to America, they expected to get free land out in the West. And the New Englanders, didn't want to leave their cushy cities, in the East. And so all these German Americans went out West, took the lands away from the First Nations and set up all those states that are now predominantly German American and are now also predominantly red states in the American electoral system as well. Now, the Black nation of in amongst Americans is, I believe it's 17%, which is less than the Mexica population, Spanish-speaking population, which is 21%. And then that's 11%. And then the First Nations are 2.5%, and the Jewish people are 1.5%. So I think that all adds up to about 100%. I think that's pretty accurate.
We have a very high percentage of Mexica and Mestizo Mexican in Arizona, a very high population of them, and they're actually very friendly to Jewish people. I mean, when you tell them you're Jewish, they don't ask anti-Semitic questions. They ask actual questions about your culture and your history and your religion. They get very interested very quickly, and it works for me because they were colonized to speak Spanish, so I can learn Spanish from them, which makes it easier to learn Ladino.
Yeah. Oh, what's another example, Andrew, of anti-Semitic comments that you've heard, that you've been subjected to?
Well, I don't have many examples of anti-Semitic comments, but when I wore my kippah, so many people around town stare at me like I'm some kind of spectacle.
Yeah.
That's why I can't wear mine anymore.
When I was growing up in Toronto, we were told not to wear our kippahs, that it was dangerous. My mother told me, don't go east of Bathurst Street because you'll get beaten up by the Goyim. So I never did. And it's probably right. I did get beaten one time by a Christian guy just because I was talking to his brother. Yeah.
I recently learned that I'm not saying Christianity is the only source of anti-Semitism, but it is a major source of anti-Semitism.
Mm-hmm.
The most predominant as well.
Yeah. There's also the influence of the German Americans, because even the American word Jew, it's an American word, in terms of being used as a normal word. But in Germany, the word Jew was an anti-Semitic word in the German language. And it was on the yellow star written Yid, Y-I-D, Yid, which means translated as Jew. In German, Yid means Jew. Yiddish means Jewish in German and Yiddish. But Yid, is an insult. And yet, it's common, parlance in American political culture. It amazes me. And it's gone everywhere else as well. Like I can't tolerate that sort of thing. It's, considered to be normal, to be anti-Semitic in effect.
I say Jew and Jews a lot because it's just how I'm more comfortable with it, with just the vernacular. But it's weird because as time has gone by, the more I've been invested in Buddhism, it's like, it is messed up that that's how we refer to ourselves, because in all honesty, Jew is not correct. It's Jewish. And Jews is not even correct because that's plural to Jew. It would be Jewish people or Jewry. And so that's the funny thing. We actually have English words for this that we are not typically using.
Yeah, because the German word has taken over. Also, in the American sort of a vernacular, instead of saying yes, Americans say yeah. Guess where that comes from? Comes from yeah. Yeah, in German. Yeah means yes in German. In Yiddish, it's yo. In the Swiss German, it's yo as well. But in German, it's ja. And it turned into yeah in American language
in Hebrew,
dialect.
It's ken, I believe.
Yeah.
It's what?
Ken.
I see.
Yeah, ken means yes. And in Arabic, it's nam. Yeah. Anyway, so still, there's this whole layer, even though there's this layer of Jewish people who are, in the solidarity movement of the Palestinians, they're like the old layer. And they still think that you have to deny Jewishness in order to be anti-Zionist. And they only say that they're Jewish in order to have a position from which to make a statement that is regarded with some credibility.
Some people even use the word Zionist and Jewish interchangeably.
Yeah.
That itself is anti-Semitism to do that.
Definitely.
When I was very active on Facebook, the biggest goal I had was to show that the fact that the Talmud is intrinsically anti-Zionist, because it was always blamed for Zionism. When no, if you get into it, Karaites, those are the Jewish people that reject the Talmud, they are almost always Zionists, because while if you really read the Jewish scriptures, there's not really an excuse for Zionism, but it's easier to twist that. When you get in the Talmud, it becomes impossible to do that. It becomes literally impossible. Like,
good. The Talmud needs to clarify all that, because there has to be further clarification, because on the one hand, you have the prophet Samuel, which said that we are not a nation like other nations. We should not have a king. In other words, we should not have a state. Okay. Which is the what it's like, like with Moses, when we had a national assembly, once a year, in which all the delegates, from all the tribes came together and discussed things. And it was like a constitutional assembly. But there was no state and there was no king, with Moses. So, that I think is preferable, to, having a king as in the opinion of the prophet Samuel. But when you come to Ezekiel, or Yecheskel, as he's called in Hebrew, he's all in favor of a state. He says, a state is necessary because they will come and kill us, and every generation they will come and seek, another generation will come and seek to annihilate us. And he says this is inevitable, and we need a state to defend ourselves with, and that there's no other choice. So Yecheskel and Samuel are completely opposite in each other, in very fundamental questions as to what the nature of the Jewish people is or should be. And yet this is not discussed.
That's why I love the Talmud so much, because the Talmud completely reinterprets that as not a state. And it like you get in the Talmudic lore, a Jewish king wouldn't be a monarch. He'd be a lot more like a Rebbe that people would be drawn to. And so that means this would only apply in a supernatural context, which is the only context I believe it in, which also means that for those of us who don't believe in the supernatural, you just have to drop the whole thing, which is also okay. There is no, through the final codifications of Jewish law, there's no excuse actually for monarchs, because kings become concepts more like they become more like chiefs or designated leaders that people are drawn to. In fact, king and chief in the Jewish consciousness is supposed to be interchangeable, the very concept.
Yeah. So I'm glad you told me, Net, how to say in Hebrew, Hamadinat Yelo Yisrael.
It's Hamadinat Velo Yisrael. It's the Vav.
Hamadinat Velo Yisrael.
Yes.
So whenever the Zionists shout at me, like, Am Yisrael Chai, I can now shout back at them, Am Yisrael Chai, Hamadinat Yelo Yisrael.
You gotta remember, Velo is, remember, it's the Vav, because the Vav can be and of, or pertaining to this, or like Vav is a very interesting letter in Hebrew because it can have more than one meaning, because the symbol means a nail, so it connects. It's a connective word, a connective letter. And Ha in Hebrew is just one letter, the Hey. And the, if you think about it, the, which is Hey, also means behold. In fact, if you think about the very article, it does mean behold, like the prophet, or behold prophet. If you actually start to think of it in that, like, I'm not necessarily an expert in Hebrew, but I've studied enough Hebrew that I'm like, it's very interesting how Hebrew projects concepts. And it's so obvious it was never meant to be a common use language. It was always meant to be liturgical. Like, even rabbis, would debate about this, and the majority of rabbis would say, no, we always spoke Hebrew. We always spoke Hebrew because we always spoke Aramaic. That, like, the majority of them in the debates would come up with all this proofs that we always spoke Aramaic. Hebrew was designated as a holy language, and only a holy language.
Yes.
Heard that in a lot of ways, modern Hebrew is kind of the constructed language.
Yeah, it's just American, spelt with Hebrew letters, basically, 30%. 70% of the Hebrew spoken there now is the same as the Arabic vocabulary. And the Arabs know it, but the Israelis don't.
Well, I mean, okay, so Yehudi is both Hebrew and Arabic for Jewish.
Yes.
The Muslims actually, like, it's funny because when you get into like Greek is very beautiful, but Greek does not make distinctions, for instance, between Judean and Jewish. In Hebrew, there are distinctions between Jewish and Judean. Like Yehudan, it's not in a lot of text. I do blame this on the Zionists, because a lot of literature I've been looking for is gone now, because Zionists actually, after 1948, went out of their way to destroy Yemenite literature, Moroccan literature, because of these very things, that a distinction was made of what is Yehudi.
These barbarians, who destroy, books. They're doing the same thing in Gaza now. They just destroyed the libraries of a number of universities.
Wouldn't be the first time fascists destroyed books.
You'll also know that the state of Israel does not care about the actual churches. They only care about the West, catering to the Western churches. They're genociding the Oriental churches with the Muslims. And I think that a lot of that is because, we don't always agree with the Oriental churches, but we've had a much better relationship with them. We've always had a much better relationship with the Greek Orthodox, with the Coptics, with the Ethiopians, the Syriac. We always had a much better relationship with them. They also had a better relationship with the Muslims. I think what destroyed their relationship with the Muslims was the rise of nationalism that came from Europe. Because before that, the Christians and the Muslims, got along a lot better in those areas of the world.
Yeah, well, before the Crusades, that is to say.
I remember this past October, the Israeli occupation forces destroyed Orthodox church in Gaza.
They destroyed the oldest one in existence, actually, that was there. Like they destroyed I think it's the I forget which mosque it was, which masjid it was, but they destroyed one of the oldest masjids over there also. So these things that have always been there are gone now. And I've said before, and I think I wish just others would pick this up. We should actually start to build projects to rebuild those parishes and cathedrals and the mosques. The Christian and Muslim buildings need to be rebuilt over there. They should be rebuilt.
They will be. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like Palestine is on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Palestinian ambassador to England, he was speaking, and he said just that they promised to rebuild it.
I feel like Palestine will eventually win this one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, even the U.S. is calling for the recognition of a Palestine state now.
And
if Israel continues, the International Court of Justice will recommend that Israel be suspended from the General Assembly as well. So it could be complete reversal, complete flip-flop on Israel.
I would never say that Palestinian peoples should mandatory have to go back to Palestine, but I would want to encourage it, because with the loss of numbers, I think that I forget what it's called, but it has to do with the key. You know what I'm talking about, the key. I think that there should be like banners with that key, because Palestinians going back to Palestine could help repopulate. Because I don't want to see Palestine destroyed. I don't want to see it removed. That is in fact where the three Abrahamic religions get along the best. It is the primary example, for that piece. But there's all this catering towards Western Protestant power from the state of Israel. In fact, Netanyahu, he doesn't speak of Jewish prophecies. He particularly picks evangelical prophecies, not even Catholic ones, because the Catholics are a lot of Catholics are embarrassed by the Crusades. And so he particularly goes after those evangelical Pentecostal and Baptist, white power Christians. He particularly uses their version of what they think Isaiah means. He doesn't actually go by what the Jewish.
Yes, okay. We don't have to get into all the details, but it reminds me of this, one Zionist who was talking to me or confronting me, on Sunday, the one who was in the yeshiva for 15 years and who had the metal shrapnel from the Iron Dome system falling on the roof of his yeshiva. He was saying, that the land, belongs exclusively to the Jewish people, only to Isaac and not to Ishmael. And he kept on repeating that, Isaac and not to Ishmael, Isaac and not to Ishmael. So I said to him, that's not what it says in the Torah. Excuse me. First of all, it says all the descendants of Abraham and in the land of Canaan. He says, no, it doesn't say that. No, it doesn't say. And he's supposed to be a yeshiva bucher.
I've been recommended this page, and I know this is kind of a side tangent, but Facebook keeps recommending me this page called Jewish, something along the lines of Jewish people are the only indigenous people to the land of Israel.
This is the Protestant argument. Yes, they're saying that there was no Palestinians before. They forget about Canaan. And then they say that it belongs exclusively to the Jewish people, and therefore the Jewish people should be supporting them as well. So, in effect, they're converting them into being Protestants. That's what Zionism are. Zionists, to me, are just converts to Protestantism, with the facade of Judaism. Because they're told that's where they belong, that they should go back there, and that's going to ignite, the return of their Messiah, their God. Yes.
Funny enough.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I've spoken too much. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not a Christian, but there is a line in Revelation in which it says something about a synagogue of Satan, and I associate that with Zionists.
Well, one could, but in John refers to all the Jewish people as the children of Satan. So it's a trope, that's used by all the Christian Western sects, to denigrate the Jewish people.
I think the best take, by the way, that verse, I know what verse you're talking about because I actually studied Christianity.
In John?
No, he's referring to that thing in Revelation. If you want to know what the Christian Socialist Front says, they actually say that that's the Jews for Jesus. I like that much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you think
I don't understand. What did you say, Net?
Okay.
This group said something about?
Okay. The Christian Socialist Front actually has maintained more than once that that reference he's referring to in the book of Revelation actually refers to things like Jews for Jesus.
Ah.
That would be the synagogue of Satan. I like that interpretation a lot better.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I mean,
well,
if you think about it, Messianic Judaism or Jews for Jesus is an insult to both Judaism and Christianity.
yes.
I agree.
Yes, but the reference to Satan, is very problematic. It's what was used, to denigrate the Jewish people as a whole to begin with, so to continue using that terminology to me is problematic because it's associated with the initial sort of use.
I'm sorry about that.
But I think anti-Semitism is going to be a much bigger problem, with the advent of the Trump presidency, who legitimizes anti-Semitism, even though he's very pro-Zionist. And we're going to see a lot more of that happening.
Zionism and anti-Semitism are not mutually exclusive either.
Precisely. Yeah. Example is in Trump. Yeah. Okay. So, and then we have that problem of anti-Semitism, and then we have the problem of anti-Semitism amongst the assimilated Jewish milieu who are playing politics with Judaism, with the Jewish people now, and speaking out in the name of the Jewish people. I mean, like independent Jewish voices in Canada. In the United States, Jewish Voice for Peace, and If Not Now, are much more principled. And If Not Now is I think, quite close to Mundism as well.
A member of the Jewish Voice for Peace was recently killed by the San Bernardino police force.
Really? I didn't hear about that.
Yes.
Under what circumstances? How did that happen?
I'm not honestly too sure, but he was an African American Jew, and he was gunned down. Gunned down, I mean.
Uh-huh. Wow. By the police?
Yes.
My. Okay, I guess we should take a chance to conclude here, and then we've got ourselves another broadcast. So we're making headway. And next time, perhaps we can invite Abraham Schultz from Mexico City as well. He's an organizer there.
That would be, to have him on here would be great.
Yeah, he initiated the Facebook group called Jewish Not Zionist, and it has 7,500 subscribers.
I've never actually spoken to him over the phone. I used to just know him through Facebook. If that have him here would be that'd be amazing.
Breakthrough, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So so our voice is still small, but it's strong and it's being heard. So I think that we have a way to approach the Jewish community that nobody else does, because the other Jewish organizations, even Jewish Voice for Peace and If Not Now, are protesting from the outside and not from the inside. They should be going inside the Jewish American Congress, or calling for a plenary session of the Jewish American Congress to decide, that we have to denounce the genocide being perpetuated in Gaza, stuff like that, from the inside. Okay? I mean, going down to the AIPAC conference and shutting down the front door, is fine. That's AIPAC. But when it comes to the Jewish community, we have to have a different strategic approach. We have to go beyond the anti-Semitism of the assimilated Jewish population, which are speaking out as Jewish now for the first time in their lives. And we have to speak to the Jewish people as Jewish people with Jewish concerns that put us in solidarity with the Palestinians, and explain to them that they are setting up the Jewish people for a big fall. And that fall is anti-Semitism that's coming down the tubes, both from the populist left and from the populist right. I'm sorry to say so, but that's what I conclude.
I agree.
I honestly see a lot of possibility for even left-wing communists, or even not left communists, but left-wing people, as well as some communists, to be anti-Semitic, because I see it from my Facebook friends even.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it from the Jewish Marxists in France, Shlomo Sands and this director guy in Berlin and Gil Dalsman in England, they're all declare themselves to be anti-Jewish. And they say that it's necessary to do so in order to be anti-Zionist. I mean, beside being stupid, it's also, self-contradictory, because nobody believes that, for real. They like the words, perhaps, if they're into it, but, it's not real.
A good way to help with the problem you're seeing with the communists is we should continue to uplift the Maoist Bundists and the anarcho Bundists, because they're a thing now.
Yeah. Okay, great, guys. Okay, until next time.
That was good. See you.
And now with the final... Oh, so yes, by the way, remember, Ha Medinat Velo Yisrael. The state is not Israel. There is no Zion in Zionism. I will remember... I will remember to finish all the things I said I'd finish ever for this channel. I'm sorry that it took so long. Like when the channel Israel versus Judaism was taken down, I knew about it, but I didn't have time to address it. And I'm very sorry for a lot of people who had called me. I'm like, hey, when are you going to get back to your channel? Like I dealt the real world. Like the channel was. What I'm now changing the channel into is a newspaper thing, and I will be doing a lot more stuff. It's just it's very difficult because my plate is very full. But I'm gonna, because of the fact that Maoism, Third Worldism. By the way, Maoism, Third Worldism is multipolar. A lot of people don't know that. And Rudolf Rocker spoke about multipolar ideas of socialism. Multipolar is not always right wing. Sometimes it's left wing. And this is one of the reasons why I worry about the essence of Maoism, Third Worldism being lost, because it's a multipolar view of socialism. But it does have a particular standard of being a scientific socialism. So, and if you take that from the Marxist tradition, the highest would still be Maoism. So, anyway, this is Mark by Mark A. Foster, PhD. For the Institute of Dialectical Metarealism, I think. He titled this video, Bundism as a Grounding for Maoism, Third Worldism. Very interesting. I think you may enjoy.
Hi, folks. This is Mark by Mark A. Foster, PhD, for the Institute for Dialectical Metarealism. I wanted to draw a connection between Bundism and Maoism, Third Worldism. Bundism is a new term to me. I've only heard of it in the last few months, and I suspect that the reason why is because of the dominance of Zionism in global Jewry. I never learned of it when I was a kid in Hebrew school. I've never heard about it discussed in the media. It is pretty much kept silent for some reason by certain people. People who should be talking about it are not talking about it. And I suspect because they don't want to talk about it, that's usually why people don't talk about things, because they choose not to. Okay, so for me, Bundism is a pathway to understanding Maoism, Third Worldism more than I did before. Now, let me clarify that. I did not come to Maoism, Third Worldism through Bundism. I was already a Maoist Third Worldist. But learning about Bundism after I was already a Maoist Third Worldist has given me a new appreciation for Maoism, Third Worldism. Why? Well, I am from a Jewish family, although a non-practicing Jewish family. My family really did nothing that was reasonably considered to be Jewish, except when I was a kid, We did light the Hanukkah candles, although they were the electric bulbs. We also had Passover Seders, I think, 3 times, maybe 4 times when I was a little kid. I remember I loved horseradish. And so, since then, I have always loved horseradish. But in terms of actually celebrating or commemorating Jewish festivals like Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, the high holy days of Judaism, no, we didn't do that. We did not belong to a Jewish temple, synagogue, community center, whatever you want to call it. I never really had any connection with any Jewish community center. The only time I did was when I was bar mitzvahed. But the Hebrew school I went to, as I've mentioned before, was held in an extension to this guy's home right near where I used to live in Bayside, Queens. And he was a nice guy, Joel Bernstein, but he never told us anything about Bundism either. We did learn about Zionism, but not about Bundism. And he was a nice guy. I like Joel. He taught me basic Hebrew, which has stayed with me to this day. That is to say, basic Hebrew has stayed with me to this day. And it has also helped me learn Arabic, which I'm grateful for. Arabic and Hebrew, if you don't know, are relatively similar languages. They're both Semitic languages, and there are certain cases where the words are almost identical. So they're, learning Hebrew as a kid, I can say it was my second language, but that's really, in a sense, an exaggeration, because I never learned to speak Hebrew, only to read it to an extent, not to write it, and not to converse in it. Nevertheless, I am grateful to what Joel did. I'm happy that I had that early exposure to Judaism, although when I went home, my family did not practice Judaism. We ate pork on a regular basis, ham and eggs typically every morning. So again, we were not a religious Jewish family by any stretch of the imagination. But Bundism, which I have developed an appreciation for, only having known about it for the last few months, has given me a new way to understand Maoism, Third Worldism, that I didn't have before. Okay, we've talked about Bundism a bit in this podcast. Basically, Bundism has been revived by Abraham Weisfeld and others. Abraham lives in Montreal, Canada. Very nice guy. I've gotten to know him fairly well. I enjoy chatting with him. Nice guy, nice fellow to talk with, very educated, also very courageous. He is perhaps one of the most, if not the most, courageous people I've ever known. He will, or he would, cross over from Israel into the Palestinian territories and join together with his Palestinian brethren and protest against the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. So he's very brave, a lot braver than I am. I don't think that I would have the courage to do what Abraham did. He can't do that right now because, as I've mentioned before, he is being charged with a criminal offense in Canada for writing graffiti on a Zionist sign. I never knew that Zionism was powerful in Canada. I always knew it was powerful here in the US, not in Canada. Now I know. What a shame. Abraham did nothing wrong. Well, nothing legally wrong. Now, Certainly, if the person who owned the sign wanted to press civil charges against him for some unknown reason, I suppose that would be reasonable. But pressing criminal charges against him for graffiti? I never heard of such a thing. I mean, Canada is not my country. I am an American, but still, just the idea of being charged with a felony for graffiti is unimaginable to me. And yet, that is precisely what has happened to Abraham Weisfeld. And now I personally don't think that the charges will stick. That's my guess. I think that it will be thrown out of court. If not, as I've said in previous podcasts, the judge will become the laughingstock of the judicial world, in my opinion. Again, I don't know. I am speaking as an amateur. I am a sociologist, not a lawyer, but still, it seems inconceivable to me that a judge would convict someone of a crime for writing graffiti. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible. I've been wrong before, many times, but it still does not seem conceivable to me that he will be convicted of a crime for writing graffiti on a Palestinian sign. That is really, really odd. Seems kind of difficult to wrap my head around that idea. Nevertheless, the point of this podcast is to show how, at least for me, Bundism, the Bund, has become a pathway for me to approach Maoism, Third Worldism. Now, as I said, I was a Maoist Third Worldist before hearing about the Bund. So I did not become a Maoist Third Worldist through Bundism. And I would assume that not all people in the Bund are Maoist Third Worldists. But for me, the Bund is a really, really good approach to understanding Maoism, Third Worldism, and its implications for Jews. Why? Well, because Bundism focuses on the Palestinians. The Palestinians, by definition, whether on the West Bank or the Golan Heights, they are third worlders. They are third worlders by definition. They live in the third world. Israel is not a third world country. It is a first world country, and it is because of Israel that Palestine has not become an independent nation itself. That is entirely of Israel's own doing. Israel does not want Palestine to become a country, and now, as I'm sure you know, currently, as of right now, in March of 2024, Benjamin Netanyahu is conducting a terrorist campaign in Gaza and is trying to crush the Gazans, and has basically confined the Gazans to a small area of Gaza called Rafah. He has placed so many people there, too many people really, to fit in the small area called Rafah. That is clearly his intention. I suspect that he is trying to drive them into Egypt, even though the Egyptians have made clear that they will not accept the Gazans into Egypt. The Jordanians have made similar statements. So literally, the Gazans have no place to go. I have no idea what will happen. What I do know is that global opinion has been shifting. In the past, Israel was viewed rather favorably by the world, including by most Americans. I would say very sadly, not by me, but by most Americans. Now, that is no longer the case. Very rapidly, the tide of American public opinion has been shifting against both Israel and its current prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is now in his third term as prime minister. After he is no longer prime minister, he will most likely face war crimes charges, which have nothing to do with this particular event, but which relate to previous terrorist acts, or I guess I should say alleged terrorist acts, which were committed by Benjamin Netanyahu in the Palestinian territories. So for me, when I look at Gaza and the Palestinian territories in general as a part of the third world, I see my connection with them. I see them as my brethren, as a way to approach Maoism, third worldism, that is connected with my Semitic ancestry. So even though I am not from a religious Jewish background, still, I am Semitic. I am Semitic. And the Gazans are also Semitic. And most Israelis are Semitic as well. The level of Zionism in Israel is very high. The level of Zionism among American Jews is also relatively high, but nowhere near as high as it is among Israeli Jews. So the opinion of Jews around the world is rapidly shifting against Israel. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, as do the other people in his regime. And even Joe Biden, who has been the primary financier and the primary provider of military aid to Israel, has begun, I think, under political pressure, to begin applying some pressure, certainly not enough, but some pressure to Netanyahu to stop or at least scale back the level of military expeditions that Netanyahu is carrying out in Gaza. I think it is doubtful whether Netanyahu will respond favorably. Honestly, the only thing I think that the US can do or could do that would stop Netanyahu in his tracks would be three things. First, to stop providing financial aid to Israel. Second, to stop providing military aid to Israel. And third, to demand that Israel stop its terrorist campaign in Gaza. I don't like the idea of US imperialism, that the US would demand another country to do what it wants. But considering that the US has been funding Israel and is the primary supporter of Israel, including in the UN, by vetoing most condemnations historically of Israel in the UN Security Council, I think in this case, I am willing to make an exception. And I do think that it would be justifiable for the US to make that kind of demand to Israel to stop its terrorist campaign in Israel. I do think that that Netanyahu would, however reluctantly, listen if Biden made that demand, if Biden cut back on financial and military aid to Israel? I do think so. Could I be wrong? Oh, yeah, I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. And I certainly would not doubt that I could be wrong in this case as well. I would hope not, but certainly that is possible. But will the US do that? Will Biden actually do that? So far, we have seen no clear indications from Biden that he plans to demand, with an emphasis on demand, that Netanyahu stop his terrorist campaign in Israel. I should say in Gaza, not in Israel. So, such is the state of the world. We have a first world country, Israel, a part of the American empire, or the empire for short, which is engaged in the Holocaust of the 21st century, a genocide on Gaza. How the US could do this is unimaginable to me. But then again, how Israel could do what it's doing, given the fact that Jews were subject to the great Holocaust of the 20th century under Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, that is even more unimaginable to me, but yet it's happening. It makes no sense, and I don't understand why 80% of Israeli Jews support this terrorist act. I don't understand it. The only explanation I can think of is space. Israel needs space. Israel is running out of space, which is why it keeps on building settlements in the occupied territories. If it were to take control of Gaza, which I don't really think it can, for a variety of reasons, because whatever Netanyahu may do, he cannot kill the spirit of the Palestinian people. But regardless, Israel needs space. If it were successful in gaining control of Gaza, it would have a lot more space. A lot more space. How long that would last, I don't know. But it would certainly last them for a while. Already Israel is really overcrowded. More overcrowded, I believe, than even Japan. And Japan is a very overcrowded country as well. So, to me, the Bund, an anti-Zionist approach to Jewry or Judaism, is a way, one way for me, to approach Maoism, Third Worldism. As a guy from a Jewish background, even though I left the religion of Judaism when I was 14 years old, I still regard the Bund with a great deal of love, because I can see how, at least in the case of the Bund, many Jews are coming to the rescue of their Palestinian brethren. And if there is any time where the Palestinians have needed rescue, it is now. It is now. Whether that will be sufficient, only time will tell. I don't know. I hope so. But Bundism, sadly, is a relatively small movement. There are also other anti-Zionist Jewish movements, including right here in the US, and to a lesser extent in Israel. but they are also relatively small. There aren't that many Jews proportionately who oppose Zionism. And that makes it a very difficult thing to imagine that Jews, or I should say Israelis in this case, will stop its terrorist exercises in Gaza. I certainly hope so. Do I believe it will happen? To be honest, no. But then again, I am not a pessimistic man. I should say I am not an optimistic man. I am a pessimistic man. I am by disposition pessimistic. I wish I were not. I suppose it is the result of my life, which has been filled with a lot of tragedy, personal tragedy, as a result of my autism. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope that my pessimism is misguided. And I hope that Israel will somehow come to its senses, whether by pressure or by a change in government, to stop what it is currently doing in Gaza. Again, I don't think that will happen. At least I don't think that it will happen willingly, meaning I don't think that Netanyahu will willingly do that. I don't. And given the fact that 80% of Israelis support what Netanyahu is doing, even though they don't support Netanyahu himself, I don't have any hope, really, or any reason to hope that any new government would do anything different. Why should I? So I think that's basically where I will leave it. That to me, right now, although the Bund did not lead me to Maoism Third Worldism, this is my second time in Maoism Third Worldism, and I deeply regret having left it the first time, as I have mentioned in previous podcasts. And I only found out about the Bund after I had returned to Maoism Third Worldism back in June. So it's an entirely new experience for me. Why I never knew about the Bund before? Again, I think it is because of the power of Zionism. Zionism is so dominant in the Jewish world that the Bund have basically been silenced. Plus, there's the organization, the Bund itself, the original Bund, ended. And this new Bund is relatively recent. But I hope that it will be successful, along with other anti-Zionist Jewish organizations and anti-Zionist organizations which are not Jewish, in successfully ending this act of state terrorism against the wonderful, blessed people of Palestine. For the time being, this has been Mark, by Mark A. Foster, PhD, for the Institute for Dialectical Metarealism. Have a pleasant day and an even better day tomorrow.